The Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Blue Ribbon level sponsors WVU Medicine, CBP Enterprises LLC, Valley Health Marketing and Communications, Equitable Advisors Nicholas Abereg, and Gantz Excavating. Premium Ribbon level sponsors Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County and Tropical Sioux. Reserve Champion level sponsors Panhandle Dumpsters LLC and Tad's Dairy Barn. And Grand Champion level sponsors Mays Septic and Porta Potts LLC, Southern States of Charlestown, and the Hornby Media Group.
And a very pleasant good afternoon across the Eastern Panhandle, wherever you may be tuning in. Welcome into the Tuesday edition of this year's 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you, getting ready to send it over to the host of this week's events, Mary Beth Blair, to get our opening ceremonies for Tuesday kicked off. But first, want to remind you this portion of the Youth Fair is brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, make sure to visit them. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. Now to kick off tonight's festivities, our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to night 3. It is night 3, right?
It is night 3.
It is night 3. I have to remind myself. I feel like that we've just been here nonstop, and that's good because that's what Youth Fair week is all about. Just all week, all Youth Fair from sunup to sundown. And it's an honor to be your host and to be a part of this historic virtual fair, as we've said on Sunday and Monday. It's the first ever virtual fair, and we hope that it's the only ever virtual fair. While we're sad that we can't be with you face to face out at the fairgrounds this week, we are so thrilled that the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board had vision, as is their 2020 theme, that they could still put on a fair in some way for you during this pandemic season that we're in across, not just our county, our community, but across the world. We're all suffering from that. And so we're just really glad that we can be here and bring you something, bring you a little bit of the Fair Week experience. And I shouldn't say a little bit. I say that, I've been saying that every night when we open, and then I realize it's a lot that we're bringing you, from the shows to memorials to history to fun facts from Mikey to Miss Youth Fair, all kinds of incredible things we have to share with you throughout the week to bring Youth Fair into your home, wherever you're watching, whether you're on a cell phone, maybe at work, sneaking it just to get a little bit of Youth Fair experience into your world, or maybe you've got your whole family because your family is your circle during this COVID isolation time. You're all together watching it in someone's living room. We would love to see pictures. We've seen a lot of really cool ones so far. There's a hashtag out there that Mikey was supposed to write down, and he didn't. He wrote a phone number. I'm going to wait for him to write it. So when you post your pictures of your watch party, there's a hashtag that he's going to provide for me here in a second, and we want you to use that. Just remember what you're seeing on the show. We're live, and so we're everything is live. We're queuing up videos live. So definitely we have already in 2 nights had our share of hiccups, but we've learned to laugh at ourselves and have fun in here. And I hope you're laughing with us at home and just enjoying the ride, because it's been great. And we are just, like I said, night 3, we've got 3 more to go. It's really been enjoyable. Hundreds of hours have gone into putting this together for you guys, from the Youth Fair Board to TV 10's production time to all the youth in our community who have videoed themselves and prepared their animals and their exhibits. There's a lot that goes on to make this happen this week. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone involved behind the scenes, and anyone who participated in any way. We greatly appreciate your contribution to this year's virtual fair. Like I said, this is a first for all of us. It's history in the making. One day we're going to look back and say, yeah, we were a part of that. And we're so glad that it happened, and we're so glad we don't have to do it like that anymore. But it's definitely a special time, and we're just taking it all in this week, and we're glad that you're there with us. If you are, and you're going to post a Facebook picture, hashtag it with fair, it's what we do. And apparently that's something familiar to all you all out there in youth fair land, that's something you use often, or I don't know, maybe not. Mikey came up with it, so I just figured everyone knew what it was. So
I literally just came up with it. There's no historical value.
Okay, well, that's what people have been using with their hashtags, and that way everyone can use that hashtag to find all the fair pictures or the watch pictures. As I've mentioned also throughout the week, and I love to remind you on frequently throughout the show, one of the most significant ways you can get involved, two ways actually. One, we have a People's Choice Award that is on our website, and every day, whatever show we're engaging in on the live, you can vote for your favorite in the People's Choice Award on our website. You just scroll down to the bottom of the page. There's a button you push, and it tells you People's Choice. It'll list out the various awards, and every day from like 4 until midnight, you can vote for that evening's show winners or exhibitors. You need their name and you need their exhibit number. So make sure you write those down so you can vote for them. And then every subsequent day, we will be announcing the winners. So we should have some winners to share with you from yesterday's shows here in just a little bit. We'll get to that and we'll let you know who were the winners. Also, another significant way you can get involved is to learn how to become a market animal buyer in the livestock auction. So the auction kicks off tomorrow. We're going to learn more about that tomorrow and how you can participate. Many of you know how to do this. You've been doing it for years and years. Of course, you've done it at the youth fairground, so it may be new for you this year doing it online. So we are going to show you how to do that or talk you through that if you're having any issues with that, because when the show comes to an end or the fair comes to an end at the end of the week, that's a big day for those market animals who are going to be auctioned off, and we want you to be able to be a part of that. We're excited about this evening. We've got a great lineup. We're going to replay our memorials for this year's youth fair. We are going to have a large hog show or swine show with the breeding the breeding hogs and the market hogs. We also have lots of indoor exhibits to share with you. And we have a special guest who's coming in to do some entertainment. So action-packed all night long. We're going to be coming to you live from now until 10 p.m. So I hope you've got your fair food, you've got your watch party crew, and you are ready for another incredible evening with the Berkeley County Youth Fair as we kick off Virtual Youth Fair Night 3. And Matt, I think we'll take a break here and then we'll come back after we hear from some of our sponsors, and we'll kick things off with the indoor exhibits for about an hour with Mikey before we start our hog show. Actually, we're going to do some the memorials when we come back, and they're very special. I'm going to tell you a little bit about them when we return. So thanks for joining us, and we'll be right back with you in a few minutes.
Thank you, Mary Beth. This portion of the Youth Fair to get things started today on Tuesday was brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all of the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Back after this short commercial break.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck. Welcome back into the virtual 2020 Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you. This portion of the Youth Fair before we get into our memorials for this year, as we did yesterday, and they were such a big hit and so important to the Youth Fair that we are going to air them each day. I believe that is the schedule, is to air them each day. Before we get to those, this portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare. Close to home, Berkeley Medical Center right here in Martinsburg, Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. Back over to our host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. Day 3, welcome back. We are so glad you're joining us for an action-packed evening. We have so much in store for you tonight. Can't wait. I even did some research, so I'm going to see if I can hit Mikey with some fun facts. Yes, I think I have a few that I might stump you, maybe not.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue like fun facts.
That's later
Mikey.
in the show when we get to the actual Swine show, so I'll save that for later. But right now we want to kick off tonight, night 3 of the virtual youth fair with our memorials, our 2020 memorials. We saw them once last night, but they're so worthy of showing as many times as we have available, and we have 3 individuals who we want to honor, and we have a presentation for each, and I will start with Charlotte Shade.
Becoming an ardent 4-H Club member in 1953, Charlotte diligently worked to uphold the 4-H values. As a junior leader, she enthusiastically helped younger 4-Hers complete their projects, making sure they were learning by doing and getting ready for the fair. She was always happy to help. As an older 4-Her, she was chosen to represent Berkeley County in an exchange program with a neighboring state, sharing all she knew about the West Virginia 4-H program. In 1960, Charlotte was crowned the very first Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, establishing a tradition that continues to be a vital part of the fair today. She served on the Miss Youth Fair committee, always smiling, encouraging, and loving each one of her contestants. Charlotte was a West Virginia 4-H All-Star, demonstrating and committing herself to the 5 points of the star: beauty, fortitude, love, truth, and above all, the All-Star motto of service. Leading the Ardent 4-H Club for over 28 years, Charlotte continued to build the club, receiving accolades for outstanding 4-Hers, service to the community, demonstrating exceptional 4-H achievements, and upholding a reputation of superior representation of the 4-H ideals. She worked tirelessly for 4-H, sharing and instilling the 4-H principles in all whom she came in contact with. Charlotte loved to sew and always looked forward to the style review. Other hobbies included playing the piano, taking pictures, and scrapbooking. She always had a camera in her hands. Charlotte was a proud member of the Martinsburg High School class of 1960 alumni. She is the co-owner of Ardent Equipment Repair, which was established in 1970, and a very supportive member of the community. She loved hosting open houses for customers and showing off her baking skills. Charlotte never passed up a moment to make a memory, and as she entered her heavenly home on June 11, 2020, her legacy lives on, not only at the Berkeley County Youth Fair, but in everyone she's ever touched.
A very special thank you to Charlotte Shade and her family who put that together and helped us to honor her for her service to our community and especially to the Berkeley County Youth Fair community. So many years of dedication to the fair in so many different aspects. It's so nice to learn about the heritage and the legacy that she leaves behind. She will always be remembered fondly. And our next memorial, I have to say that as I spoke with my mom, Jean Kisner, on the way in today to the studio, she told me last night when she watched this, she had tears in her eyes because the next individual, who is George LeMaster, she remembers him fondly growing up. They were friends, and she spent a lot of time on the farm with him. Her nickname for her family, his family, I'm sure you'll remember, Petey Jim is what she said. And she was so excited when she saw him on the screen and just told me a lot of great stories about him. But she also remembers our third individual, Ruth Linton, very well, as she spent 9 to closing in the concession stand with her. So I just know that others in the community are enjoying these memorials, and I'm sure there's a few tears out there in others' eyes as they watch and remember the legacy of these individuals. So without further ado, we're going to hear a little bit from George LeMaster.
George Franklin LeMaster, 1938 to 2019. George participated many years in one shape or another at the Berkeley County Youth Fair starting in 1978. He was a husband to the late Sylvia Jean LeMaster and a father to Willard and Jeannie, helping with their 4-H and FFA projects. He provided Willard and Jeannie a start in their careers in agriculture. George instilled work ethic, honesty, and integrity into them as well as everyone that was around him. George knew no stranger. He was known as a caring and outgoing individual with an infectious smile and a deep belly laugh. George volunteered in many capacities with the Youth Fair. He had 2 different tenures as Berkeley County Youth Fair president and was vice president of commercial exhibits. He was routinely seen volunteering in the concession stand during the fair. His volunteerism did not stop there. He was a huge supporter in the Berkeley County Youth Fair livestock sale, from being an auctioneer to taking bids. He also assisted in hauling sale animals late into the night after the sale and the next morning, as well as assisting with barn cleanup after a long week with a long list of committed and passionate volunteers. Additionally, he was instrumental in the consignment sales that were utilized for fundraising efforts for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. His assistance in fundraising did not stop there. He was a regular in helping to cut apples for pie sales and serving many meals. George was there to support his family and all the youth of Berkeley County. He never looked for any credit. He just wanted all the youth to have the best experience as possible. These were opportunities he did not get to experience as a youth growing up. He was involved in other aspects related to the youth in Berkeley County. He and Sylvia were assistant 4-H club leaders for the Swan Pond 4-H Club. For many years, he assisted with many aspects associated with local FFA chapters. He would assist in hauling ham and bacon hogs to harvest. Additionally, he would house hogs for ham, bacon, and egg show and Berkeley County Youth Fair projects for those who did not have their own facilities. Furthermore, George would also let FFA members cure hams and bacons and let FFA members store the meat in the LeMaster Smokehouse. Lastly, he was a regular and assisting in the making of apple butter for fundraisers for different youth and agricultural groups in Berkeley County. Because George and Sylvia's commitment to Berkeley County 4-H, the George and Sylvia LeMaster family was recognized as one of the early 4-H families of the year. This was an honor that the family was humbled to receive. George held the FFA State Farmer degree. George was honored to receive the West Virginia 4-H All-Star Award. He was so honored by this that he had a West Virginia 4-H All-Star license plate on every vehicle he owned once he was bestowed this honor. He was a proud veteran of the Air National Guard for 6 years, a local auctioneer for over 40 years, and an employee of Corning Glass for over 35 years. But most importantly, his years of volunteerism with the Beddington United Methodist Church that he was a member of his entire life. His faith was very strong. He held many leadership positions in the church and was always there to volunteer and to give a helping hand when needed, as well as being instrumental in the many church building fundraisers. One of the last things that he was instrumental in was the establishment of Camp George at Beddington United Methodist Church. This was a weekend camp that resembled Tri-County 4-H camp. He wanted the youth at Beddington United Methodist Church to have the same experiences that Willard and Jeannie had at Tri-County 4-H camp. Looking back at George's life before he went with our Lord, he spent a significant percentage of his life volunteering in different organizations and supporting the youth in Berkeley and surrounding counties. He was a wonderful man, husband, father, grandfather, brother, friend, volunteer, and most importantly, a man of God. George is and will be missed by many of the contributions to the youth and agricultural groups in the county and the Berkeley County Youth Fair. George's smile and laugh are already missed by many.
What an incredible honoring memorial to Mr. Laymaster, and what a legacy and what an inspiration for all of us to try to live up to and giving back to our community. And so as they said in the memorial, he will be missed. He's already missed, and we're so glad we could share that special tribute to him and all that he accomplished and all that he gave in his time here with us. So our last memorial for the evening is Miss Ruth Linton, and I know you're going to enjoy this as well.
Ruth Armbruster Linton was called home October 29, 2019, after a life of service to her family and her community. And nowhere was that service more evident than the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Pages of the fair catalog could be taken up with stories and illustrations of Ruth's servant leadership to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. She and her husband Doc Linton began participating in the fair with their sons in the mid-1950s, with the boys exhibiting cattle from their family dairy farm. This participation continues to this day, with the Linton great-grandchildren still exhibiting at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Ruth was a 4-H leader for many decades and heavily involved in FFA. She devoted her life to serving the youth of Berkeley County through these and other organizations. She was the embodiment of the 4-H and FFA mottos. She truly did strive to make the best better in whatever she was doing. And if you were helping her, you better be doing your best too. The FFA motto speaks of living to serve, and that is the lesson we all learned from her through the years and strive to carry on. It was in the kitchen that Ruth did most of her service to the fair. She raised countless dollars for the Berkeley County Youth Fair, organizing and preparing fundraising suppers, and was part of the famous Youth Fair apple pie bakers. The weeks leading up to the fair, when the fairgrounds were full of folks working to get things ready, they all knew she had a good meal and sweet tea waiting for them inside the exhibit hall. And the week of the fair, you could always find her in the concession stand, unless she had kids to go watch in the show ring. That's about the only time she could be pulled away from her work. Doc and Ruth Linton, and then Ruth all on her own after Doc's passing, received many accolades and awards. They were the West Virginia Outstanding Farm Family, and Ruth was recognized as a West Virginia Agriculture Woman of the Year. But no title meant more to her than Grandma, and everyone from her grandkids to her medical doctor knew her as such. As we talked about Grandma Linton in the days and weeks of her passing, we used the word matriarch to describe her. She could certainly be described as one of the matriarchs of the fair. She was a pillar of strength to the beautiful family she and Doc made, and also to the Berkeley County Youth Fair family. As a family, we certainly couldn't imagine what the week of the fair would be like without her. It doesn't surprise us at all that, for the year following her death, the Berkeley County Youth Fair wasn't quite sure how to go on without her, or Uncle George, or Miss Charlotte either. Despite the challenges this year has presented, this is still Fair Week. So eat some good food, drink some sweet tea, take a moment to remember those we've lost, and make some new memories with the ones you love.
Wow. I even got choked up on that last one. I don't know if the guys did in the studio, but such a incredible woman. 50 years I saw in the banner. One family, 3 generations. What an impact the Linton family has made. And I love that her greatest title was Grandma. And I'm beginning to understand how important that is. But thank you so much to the Linton family for providing that. And Ruth, for your years and years of dedication, not only to the Berkeley County Youth Fair, but to this community, to your family, and the legacy that you leave behind. People will remember for generations. So may that kick off night 3 in a fantastic way. We have so much more in store for you. We have the intelligent, funny, wise Mikey Withrow in the studio to kick us off here after we go to break with some more indoor exhibits, and we are looking forward to that immensely. But until we get to that, Matt, would we like to head into a break?
Let's do it. This portion of the fair has been brought to you by Johnny's. They're selling restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Locations on Route 11 South in Chambersburg and Johnny's Express on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more from the Youth Fair next.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back to our host, and to start the indoor exhibits for the day, our host of the week, Mary Beth Blair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Matt. Here we are, night 3 of our Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We haven't decided what the technical name of it is. We call it the virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair, the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. What else? We got 3 names for it.
I alternate it just so half the time I'm right.
Yeah.
So
I don't think you're ever wrong. I don't think you're ever wrong.
It means the same all the way around. So whatever.
I haven't been corrected yet. So to me, that means it's nothing terribly wrong yet.
I haven't got a text about it yet. So.
And if it was wrong, somebody would text you.
Text Mikey. We get all of our information. If we're doing something wrong or if we're doing something right, we are getting some credit for some things. We are getting all the communication flows through Mikey, who is the 4-H extension agent, who has been with us every night and been such a huge addition to our panel and our evening. Gosh, he brings so much to the table. We have such a good time having him on board here with us, and he is going to walk us through several segments tonight. So right now we are going to head into about 45 minutes, maybe a half an hour's worth of indoor exhibits before the swine show kicks off at 4:45. Honestly, I don't even know what time it is, so I don't know how much time Mikey's going to take to do this.
15 minutes.
Oh, so let's see if Mikey can do this in 15 minutes. I'll believe it when I see it. But we are going to get right into Section 4, Class 3, engines and tractors with our indoor exhibits.
Absolutely.
Let's
so engines
what
and
we
tractors is a kind of more advanced project that they usually take. So we are going to kick off with exhibit number 230, Mr. Brandon Willingham. Should be moving out tractor level C. So in this, they had to make a video that included all the pages inside their actual workbook. So you'll see different stories, different pictures of their projects. And for this amazing exhibit that Brandon turned in, he received a first premium ribbon.
Wow, good job.
So if you flip to the next one, entry 231, exhibitor 231, Brianna Willingham. You probably recognize that last name. They are siblings, and they do compete with their tractors. So, and very similar, she has that project laid out very neatly, very nicely, pictures of her showing them. I'll say Brandon edged her out a tiny bit. So for this project, she will be getting a second premium ribbon.
So just to clarify for those watching who are like me, who are novice to the Berkeley County Youth Fair shows and exhibits, when you see the other shows, there's actually placings, and there's, I mean, there are placings for this, but there's Grand Champion, Reserve, all of that. But
absolutely.
So indoor exhibit, explain to our audience, those who don't know, how this is judged. Just before we get into the evening, what is the judging structure for indoor exhibiting?
Absolutely. So the indoor exhibits are broken down by category. So you hear us say division, section, those type of things.
Right.
So we have 17 divisions.
Got it.
Or 17 divisions, we call them sections, and then each one can have up to 12 projects in it, and that is where the class comes from.
Okay, got it.
In each class, you can have one first premium, one second premium, one third, and from there, it goes into the blue, red, white Dutch structure that we judge everything else in.
Great.
So this is more score-based than versus kind of the livestock where you kind of fit into those three categories of blue, red, white. This is more quality work more than quality animal.
Got it. Okay. Well, let's move right into the next class, which is 5, and it's called Crank It Up.
Crank It Up, year 1. So first exhibitor in is going to be number 84, Miss Jordan Kendig. And in this, you can see that they make a poster that is all labeled out. Does a very nice job making sure that you can see all the individual parts. And for 2020, Miss Jordan Kendig, exhibitor number 84, received a first premium ribbon. Coming onto your screen next should be exhibitor number 240240, Colton Flint. And again, they all do not have to have the same piece of structure or equipment in this. So he focused more on the entire unit rather than one small piece. Again, very neatly laid out, showing what they are doing. And for this, he received a second premium ribbon. Say entry number 316. As you can see, some choose to type, some seem to write them in. It just kind of depends on what they're going with. Again, focusing on the whole lawnmower, push lawnmower there, laid out very nicely, very compact. Again, number 316, Seth Painter, for his efforts, for being neat, I'll give him that, a third premium ribbon.
Good job.
Moving next onto your screen, again, these are the pictures that were kind of sent to us. So this one, you have to turn your head a little bit. Number 258, Emily Orndorff. She's a member of our Blue Ridge Helping Hands. So she does a phenomenal job of being extremely neat, which is always appreciated. And, you know, on neatness alone, we could award this, but she definitely earned that blue ribbon this year. Rounding out that Class 5 Crank It Up year 1, number 327, exhibitor 327, Trent Dunham comes into the screen. And this is where you can see some of the techniques. A lot of the kids choose to print them off and label them, but they always have that option that they can hand draw it and hand label it. So this takes a lot of work, a lot of, you know, details drawn onto that engine head, as you can see. For his efforts, we awarded him a blue ribbon. And when I say we, it's the judges. I don't actually get to judge. I wish I did, but I don't. So, and that rounds out Class 5, Crank It Up Year 1.
All right. Great job, everyone. Then we head into Class 9, Warm It Up.
Absolutely. So if there is a theme with the tractor, so it's Crank It Up, Warm It Up, Start It Up, those type of aspects as they go up into this field.
Okay.
So in this, we have one lone entry, exhibitor number 452, Mr. Chance Rippey. And as you can see, very neat, very detailed, very organized. So projects will range between homemade, written out, versus a little bit more detailed, typed out. Kind of, it all depends on the exhibitor itself. For this Class 9 Warm It Up Year 2, Chance was the lone entry, and he will receive a first premium ribbon.
Very good. Oh, so that's it. You said he's the only one in that class.
Yeah.
Good job. All right, so Class 1, Bicycling for Fun.
Yes, Bicycling for Fun. It's funny. So this was actually one of the projects that I took when I was a 4-H member.
But flashbacks,
I know,
right?
it's like, but mine were never as neat as what some of these projects were.
All right.
So to kick off this class, I just want to remind people, someone did ask, do you have to give out a first premium? No.
Okay.
So we do base those top 3, first, second, and third must be a certain point of a blue ribbon.
Gotcha.
So we kind of get the best of the best. So you may hear me not say a first or a second, and that is why. It's all point based.
Okay.
So up on the screen, we should have exhibitor number 353, Miss Jocelyn Homer. Again, very detailed. You can see all the lettering. Again, drawn out, very nicely labeled. For her efforts, we are going to award her a first premium ribbon.
Very creative.
Next should be exhibitor number 258. Again, coming in sideways, sliding into the day.
There we go.
Anatomy of a Bicycle. All of these will be the same project. So these ones will be a bicycle that are labeled with all the different parts.
Neat.
It is all covered in their first year bicycle book, Bicycling for Fun. So for this is 258 Emily Orndorff. For her efforts, she got a second premium ribbon. Next should be 356, Mr. Logan Long. As you can tell, printed out bike, labeled it very nice, very neatly. And this is, aesthetics is one part of this project. The judge has to be able to read everything, or they do actually dock points.
Oh.
So Logan did a phenomenal job again, entry number 356, and he got a third premium ribbon.
Great job.
Coming up next should be entry number 64, Miss Grace Dunham. Again, very nice project, labeled out with numbers, kind of classified to the side. Again, all of these are going to look very similar, but again, each one has a different technique, very unique to each individual child. So Miss Grace Dunham, number 64, is going to receive a blue ribbon this year. I'll say keeping in the Dunham family, entry number 327, Trent Dunham. Again, this is where I always love to see the younger versions compete against the older ones. And some people say, oh, well, you can't judge them on that. We judge them we look at the ages, we look at the quality of work.
What can you expect?
Exactly.
Right.
So I know a lot of people say, well, you can't compare a 9-year-old to a 21-year-old, and I completely agree. But what we do grade on is correctness and, effort that they put into it.
Sure.
Did they understand the quality of that project? And this is something he did very well. And for that, Trent is going to get a blue ribbon as well.
Good job. Well, you did it.
He did it.
He
exceeded expectations there, Mikey.
You guys told me I had a certain time, so I
All right, you
broke
passed
it.
the test, so we're going to bring you back at 9 o'clock tonight. No,
Oh, great.
So we have a slew of indoor projects to go through tonight after we have the hog show and after we have some entertainment. So you can't get away that quickly, Mikey. We are going to bring you back. And in fact, I'm sure you'll be here to give facts throughout the night. So just stay seated. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Remember, we're doing the People's Choice Awards every night for every category. And all you have to do is go to the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org. And you'll find, if you scroll down to the bottom left, you'll see People's Choice Awards. Click on that, and then you get, Matt, the whole listing. Basically, you need to know the exhibitor's name and their number and what you are voting for them for. So I would suggest, if you're the parent or if you're old enough to be on Facebook and you're an exhibitor, this is your opportunity to market yourself. Put a post out there and say, vote for me for the People's Choice. This is how you do it. Give them a link to the website. That's what I'd do.
And we're smack dab in the middle of election season anyway. You should be used to voting, so this should be the perfect time to continue to use that voting, and again, for a good cause. Exactly.
That's right. All right. Well, we're going to be back in just a little bit after this word from our sponsors. Who's ready to kick off the 2020 Swine Show? I am.
As we go into this break, this portion of the program brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service family-owned funeral home serving the area since 1880. Back with more from the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday. I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 as we get ready to start our hog show or swine show for the evening. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Now to kick off the swine show, back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? Are you ready for this next show of the 2020 Virtual Youth Fair? We are ready to kick things off. We have the swine show. It's a big one. There are lots of entries, and we are going to start off with the breeding category. So with me tonight to do the commentary and to introduce each exhibitor, we have Bobby Miller. Give a wave there, Bobby. And we have Judy Seacrest. She's going to be, both of them are going to be doing that together. So Bobby's the hog chairperson. Judy is the livestock chairperson. So she's in charge of the whole everything. She's just
she thinks
she manages all of us, right?
No,
Okay.
actually, all my livestock chairs keep me going. I
Okay.
don't have to do anything.
So
They're
they make
great.
you look good.
Yes.
All right. That's the way to go. All right. So before we get started, like we've done with every other show, we want to show you the picture of the awards. Matt, can you bring that up? So there you have it. Those are what we'll be awarding, the big prizes that are up. Well, I don't like to really call them prizes. The awards, the honors that we are waiting to hear who those 2020 Grand and Reserves are and how everyone placed and showed. Can't wait to learn all about swine, hog, pigs, whatever we call them tonight. I guess we'll call them all kinds of things. And I cannot wait to take notes to learn all about them tonight. So I hope everybody's got their notebook ready to take all these notes tonight and to learn. Let's get things started, and I'll throw it over to you, Bobby and Judy, to get us started with the very first. It looks like Class 9 Senior Spring Gilt. Is that what you say?
Yes. And
Okay.
first, I'd like to introduce our judge.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. His name is Hayden Wilder. He's from Remington, Indiana. He now resides in Charleston, Illinois. He judged at Black Hawk East and Western Illinois University, where he received his master's degree and helped coach the judging team at WIU with Mike Hogue. He worked for Armstrong Genetics and Essential Feeds while in college. Hayden is currently an ag instructor and livestock judging coach at Lakeland College.
Very good. Quite impressive judge there. So let's get moving on. And we have, what, 6 in this first class?
6 in the first class.
Okay. Go ahead.
And our
introduce
first
us.
exhibitor is exhibitor number 7, Allison Walker from the Musselman FFA chapter. Very nice looking gilt.
Now, what's the definition of gilt?
Is
that an age, or is that...
No, that is a pig that has not had piglets yet.
Okay. There we go. I'm going to write that down.
So that is a little fact for you.
That's good.
I was saying, once we get to the more adult, more mature, you'll hear the term sow, and that is a mother that has farrowed, which is the process of giving birth in swine.
Okay, and our next exhibitor is
You're on the wrong
number
side
40,
again.
Connor Greenberg from the Hedgesville FFA chapter.
So as we see these, just for those of you, or those of our audience out there watching, never gotten to watch a show like this before, what, tell us what he is doing. What is that tool that he is using? Or
He has a
guide?
pig whip,
A pig
and
whip?
a lot of the kids get out with their pigs when they're young, and they start training and walking them, and they are just like they learn real quick.
Okay.
You can have them trained in 2 or 3 times out.
Got it.
And that would be a Tamworth. The first one was a Chester White.
Okay.
And those are pig breeds.
Got it.
Okay, our third exhibitor is number 62, Garrett Glassford from Mount Airy Winters.
I love seeing all these varieties. Everyone's been different so
Now
far,
this would
right?
be a crossbred gilt.
And some of the terms that, you know, a judge might throw around in a class of reasons is going to be muscling, size, age, soundness,
structure.
And all of these are going to be different terms to produce the ideal offspring, because that is, of course, what you would have these breeding animals for, is the next year's projects.
Okay.
Okay, our next exhibitor is number 76, Jacob Phoebus from Hedgesville New Adventures.
And what is the age of these animals?
They are born January 1st to January 31st for
Okay.
the senior class.
Okay. Again, a different looking one.
Yes,
so-
that one is a Poland China. Okay, our next exhibitor is exhibitor number 115, Nicholas Guzman from Musselman FFA.
Now his number says 18 on the screen. Is that correct? Which one
Should
is
be
it?
118.
It is 118.
118,
okay.
yes.
118. All right, one
And one more, we have exhibitor 147, Alicia Schilt from Spring Mills FFA. That's kind of a chrome colored gilt there. That is a crossbred also. is it for this class.
So we're going to now
We're
go
going to
ahead
go ahead and do placings.
Placings and ribbons, yes.
Okay. Placing first with a blue ribbon is Allison Walker from the Musselman FFA. Placing second with the blue ribbon is Connor Greenberg from Hedgesville FFA.
Go straight with her.
Placing third is Jacob Phoebus from the Hedgesville New Adventurers. Placing fourth is Nicholas Guzman from Musselman FFA. Placing fifth is Alicia Schilt from the Spring Mills FFA. And placing sixth is Garrett Glassford from the Mount Airy Winners FFA. And all those exhibitors received a blue ribbon.
Okay. Very good. Well, congratulations to the very first class that we announced tonight. And we will have more of the Swine Show for you when we return from this commercial break.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Orsini's Appliances. Stop by and see PJ and the gang at their new location on Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9 outside of downtown Martinsburg. Orsini's Appliances. Back with more from this year's Youth Fair after this.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face. When someone close to you passes away, it's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by 15th District State Senator Patricia Rucker, who salutes all of this year's Berkeley County virtual Youth Fair participants. With more of the Swine Show, back to our host, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, thanks for joining us. If you're just sitting down at the TV and wondering what we're covering tonight in this year's virtual youth fair, this is night 3, as Matt said, and we are into the Swine Show. We have already seen one class of the breeding hogs, and now we're about ready to see a second class before we hear any placings and ribbons. So I'm going to toss it back over to Bobby and Judy.
All right, Mikey. Do we have one?
Oh, wait.
Wait a minute. I think Mikey wants to do a
sorry
fun
about
fact.
That. We are going to talk.
I'll throw him in
Mikey.
there.
Oh, you're going to throw him. Okay.
Throw him in there as we go.
We thought you had a fun fact for us.
I always have one, but the first documented sign of hog breeding actually happened 3,468 BC by Chinese Emperor Fo He, and it is the first documented book on file.
Okay, there you have it.
Starting with some worldly culture here.
Yeah, that's some good history there. Thank you for that.
So next up, we have our intermediate spring gilt, and they are born between February 1st and February 28th, 29th, given if it's a leap year or not. So our first exhibitor is number 7, Allison Walker from Musselman FFA.
So that's a Berkshire.
That is a Berkshire.
So these originated in England, actually at the Shire of the Berks, over 550 years ago.
And did you know that they have the best meat?
They do.
Yes.
I was actually going to ask that in the first go around. The first group, I was going to say, can you tell? Like, do people when they go to market, are there certain breeds that people choose because of the meat and the taste and all of that? So I was going to ask that. Or were you serious when you said that?
Yes, that's what they say, that the Berkshire meat is excellent.
Okay, well, good to know.
Okay, our next exhibitor is exhibitor 62, Mr. Garrett Glassford from Mount Airy Winters, and that would be a Duroc. That's what they say out west.
Okay.
I'll say, and this breed was actually developed in the United States around the 1800s in New England. There's some controversy if it's actually New Jersey, New York, but it was originated. It's the oldest breed of domestic pig that originated in the United States.
And up next, we have number 76, Mr. Jacob Phoebus from Hedgesville New Adventurers.
Now get in front of her and take her back.
And sometimes they get a little temperamental. I'm sure it was hot. They don't like to walk because, like I said the other night when all these videos were done for all these kids, it has been extremely hot out the last 3 weeks. Okay.
All right. That's all 3 for that
That's
group?
all 3.
Okay. So we're ready to announce
class
the placings.
winners. Okay. In first place, you have number 76, Jacob Phoebus, with his crossbred gilt with a blue ribbon.
Awesome. What's the
Or
red
Yorkshire.
What is that, just to keep him in line?
That is a pig board. We use those at the fairgrounds. It helps keep them in line and get them moving to where you need to take them to. Sometimes, yes.
Does it work with children? No, I'm just kidding.
In second place is Mr. Garrett Glassford from Mount Airy Winters. That would be the red one.
All right, hold on
62.
1 second. Where did it go?
Number 62.
Matt doesn't know his hogs yet. You gotta give him time to warm up.
Well, I said red.
There we go.
The Duroc.
And he also received a blue ribbon. And in third for this class is Miss Allison Walker, Exhibitor 7, from Musselman FFA, and also a blue ribbon.
Great job. So that should take us to the grand and reserve time, and we want to hear judges' reasonings before. Okay, so are we going to hear those tonight, or we're going to hear them?
No, you should have those.
I should, yep.
Okay.
I have
All
them
right.
right
Then
here.
we're going to let you.
Assuming they work as they should, I have them.
So you are going to hear the judges' reasonings for their grand and reserve choices.
Hello, and again, thank you for the opportunity to judge the virtual show for you guys this year. The Breeding Gilt show was a little bit smaller, but still a lot of quality represented. Our champion gilt is the class winner from Class 1, the Senior Spring Gilt class. That looks to be a Chester White female. Her number is 2CAEDF, and she's a gilt that to me looks like a great sow prospect. She's got a lot of maternal center body. She's really stout about her feet and her legs, and she's still really correct about her structure. I like all those things about that gilt. I thought she was a really nice place to start with here in our Breeding Gilt show. For reserve, then, I thought things got a little bit closer. And hold on just a minute. I'm finding my reserve. Entry. Computer slowed down on me. Okay, so the reserve, sorry about that, I was waiting on the computer to load. The reserve then in our Breeding Gilt show was the class winner from the intermediate spring gilt class, those Februaries, and that was a purebred Yorkshire, number 6688541. And she looked to me like a Yorkshire gilt that had a tremendous amount of future to her. She's really good in that design. She's got a heavy kind of skeleton and structure down low. I really like how square she comes right at me in her chest. I really like the design and build to her hind leg. I didn't think she was as massive and bloomy as what the Chester was. It was grand, but I think down the road you might be surprised that pair could be switched. I thought both really high quality gilts. Again, thank you for the opportunity. Been a lot of fun, and guys, best of luck on down the road.
Wow. What do you have to say about that? Okay, that was Mikey first, so I thought you wanted Mikey to say something.
Wrong click, sorry.
Thanks. So those were the judges' reasonings for their choice for grand and reserve, and now let's actually hear them and the winners from our chair.
Okay, the grand champion for the breeding show this year would be exhibit number 7, Allison Walker.
Congratulations.
And the reserve champion is exhibitor number 76, Jacob Phoebus.
I like these still pictures of them because you really get to see their face and their pride in their pictures. Like when they're working them and walking them, they're really into that. So you don't really see
He's got that
that.
serious look.
Yeah, that's that. I'm glad we get to see those pictures with them.
serious.
So congratulations to the grand and reserve. That's awesome. We're proud of you, and that takes us to the end of our breeding group,
Yes.
right?
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
So when we come back, we will dive right into the market hogs. And remember, you're really wanting to pay attention to the name, to the number, because these are the ones that you could potentially bid on later in the week. So we'll be right back, right, Matt, after a word from our sponsors.
Yep, time to go to a commercial break. This portion of the program has been brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They're changing the car buying experience. See a full list of inventory at Ford of Hagerstown or HagerstownFord.com. Both sites will take you to the same website. Again, that's HagerstownFord.com or FordofHagerstown.com. Back with more from the youth there on the Market Hogs next.
Three cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday. I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. We are now into the Market Hogs for the evening, and buckle up because this is just round 1 of what is going to be an exciting evening of Market Hogs before we finish up with more indoor exhibits, but it should be a fun night as we now kick it off with Market Hogs, sending it back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, thank you, Matt. Well, let's put it this way in terms of time. It's 5:10ish right now, and
Hopefully we are
going to talk Market Hogs probably until about 8:30, 8:15. So we are in for a treat. We have lots ahead of us, and I was listening to them talk earlier when they arrived, and they said this is a very tense show. A lot goes on during the hog show. I don't know why. Maybe they're going to tell us a little bit about that later, but it's not tense in here tonight. We're having a great time, and
stomach butterflies.
But, yeah,
kids are nervous.
Sure,
yeah.
I'm sure. And maybe is it have anything to do with the animal itself? Are they harder to show than maybe any of the others? No. Pigs just look stubborn to me. I don't know. Maybe that's just my perception.
You can have some stubborn.
Yeah, sometimes there are, yes.
And it's just like any other show. So the amount of hours and time that these kids are putting into it, you can definitely tell when they hit that show ring.
I imagine.
Pigs do this thing called laps when you can tell which ones have no clue what they're doing because they truly do run laps in the show ring.
They'll go in the ring and run in circles and circles, and then the
kids
can't find them. They get nervous.
We're missing that.
So we gotta help them find their pigs.
So I had told when I was sitting at the dinner table with my family last night, actually having dinner at 10 o'clock when I got home last night from the show, but they were all waiting up for me to talk to me and debrief. It was great, but I said, I am committed to next year when the fair comes around and we're back at the fairgrounds. I've learned so much, and I hope you guys at home too have learned so much that it encourages you to want to see one of these shows live, if not more than that. But it really has piqued my interest to want to see what it's like, and just hearing all about the experience in the ring, how different it is, obviously, than doing a video for the kids. But it's really, I really am looking forward to that next year. So, but for now, we will take what we can get, and we're just thrilled that the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board has made this opportunity to bring you a fair virtually. And we actually, before we get started on the big Market Hog show and all the different classes and awards, we have to kick this segment off with a really good fun fact about hogs. So we're going to throw it over to Mikey for a fact and educate us.
I'll say take you guys to school.
Okay,
so
yeah, that's it.
I am a history buff by nature. So is my sister, and we get a lot of it, every day. But one of my favorite quotes actually has to do with pigs, and it's from Winston Churchill. And he says, "I'm fond of pigs. Dogs look up to us. Cats look down on us. But pigs treat us as equals." And I think that has to do with the level of intelligence that pigs truly have, because they truly are in the top 5 smartest species of animals.
That's so interesting.
They rank right up there with dogs and dolphins. And it's often said that pigs can learn tricks in their name much faster than dogs can.
Not bad.
Also video games.
They are actually the
You can
fourth
teach a pig to do
smartest
video
species.
games with its snout to use the shifter.
Unbelievable. We have to get that on video to show our audience. I don't know if I believe that.
I don't know if we'll find a pig that we can get doing.
Find it, Mikey. See if you can find us a video clip. A pig that can play video games. That is incredible. Okay, well, maybe that's a new category for next year's 2021 Youth Fair. We could have people, maybe they could have like one of those TikTok competitions where they show us how their pig plays video games. That would be fun.
We can do that.
I probably got a couple that would be interested.
Oh my goodness. I would love to see something like that. Okay, well, I'm ready to learn, and I think our audience is ready to learn what makes a great market hog and to see who comes out on top of this big show tonight. So let's get it started, and I will hand it over. Bobby, I think you're going to do the market hogs. All right.
We got this. We start the market show off tonight with Class 1. We have exhibitor number 8, Amelia Dugan from Scrabble Scramblers.
Got a little audience there. And you'll see the kids use different pig whips, pig pipes. I don't know if I saw anybody with canes this year. Used to be that's what they used to use was a cane.
It kind of keeps the loop would get a hold of their nose and bring them up.
Got it. Are pigs in general, are they friendly? They look a little intimidating to me. Like I'm like, I don't know what it is about
They're
it.
friendly, but they can be mean too.
Okay. All right, so that's number 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, our second exhibitor will be exhibitor number 15, Bo Dugan from Scrabble Scramblers.
Now, is it just my imagination, or are these bigger already in nature? Just by their age, or are they, no?
They're
is it just the
probably
video?
more by weight.
Okay.
And, well, the video too, but they're probably 225 maybe.
The weight of them. Okay.
Yeah.
And
these first classes.
And the market hogs, do generally all that we see in these rounds, all of them go to, will they all go to livestock auction, or do some of them choose not to?
Yes.
For the most part, they'll.
For the most part.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
All right. Exhibitor number 3, or number 54, I'm sorry, is Emily Hagan from Musselman FFA.
I would say, and fun fact, Mikey dropping in here. So, do you know where the phrase "bringing home the bacon" actually comes from?
I've heard the phrase, but no, I don't know where it comes from.
So, it originated in the 12th century.
Okay.
And it actually had to do with a church that offered, who could do it to anyone that could proclaim, right doings in the church. So it was actually a reward for church, which I always thought was hilarious.
All I can do is, when I hear that phrase, I think of that song.
Yes, absolutely.
So I thought you were going to crank it up, Matt.
No,
I just on the bacon.
Looking at Mikey and hearing him say it actually comes from the 12th century. It doesn't fit.
It doesn't.
Sophisticated man.
Okay, with our next exhibitor is exhibitor number 67, Gunner Knight from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
And he is a first-year show person.
Wow.
I'm saying now I'm like stuck on bacon thoughts. Bacon is there's literally
awesome.
2 billion pounds of bacon being processed annually just in the United States alone.
That's it?
2 billion
I would have thought it
pounds.
may have been more than that.
I mean, it can double depending upon my feelings.
Listen, I was definitely
through
concerned
slaughterhouse,
about not being able to get bacon when we were going through this pandemic. I think everybody went out and next to toilet paper, bacon might have been the next
right up there.
thing that people wanted to make sure
And
that
pork
they had.
prices are really high right now. Bacon, everything.
Okay, next exhibitor we have is exhibitor 98, Kaylee Thompson from Hedgesville FFA.
And the crazy part is to think that, hogs were originally brought to Americas in 1539 by Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto. So they were brought over as a source of food as they were traveling over on ships.
Interesting.
Okay, our next exhibitor is number 116, Michaela Tyson from Arden 4-H.
It's interesting from someone who doesn't know a lot about this really, honestly.
The
I don't
sport.
Yes. So that they all look so different, and actually this one is kind of cute. I mean, if you could say that. I said last night.
Flashbacks to the rabbit show.
But its hair is longer. Like you can see, like it just has I don't know. I mean, pigs in general aren't like a cute animal. I mean, I guess they can't. Little piglets are, yes.
Little
but
piglets are
as they
cute.
get older, they look more like just that's food,
Yeah.
I don't know. But this one, it just kind of. What do you think,
I
Matt?
think 113 exhibitors would about fought you when you said piglets weren't cute.
No,
they are cute.
Pigs, yeah. No, okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anyone. Okay,
They'll forgive
back
you.
to the experts.
Our next exhibitor would be exhibitor number 120, Paige Knott, Scrabble Scramblers.
When they're all cleaned up, they look really cute. I guess when they roll, maybe they're cuter when they roll in the mud. I don't know.
Is cute your word of the night?
I don't know if it is.
We
I
have-
would say cute.
Wow was last night.
Wow. No, I know. I haven't decided what
They
my
probably
word's
were
going to be.
cute when they got
Cute.
them.
Yes.
They were like, 2 hands, put them, carry them around.
All right, this one has a brush.
I was going to say,
It
and
helps
that is
keep them moving.
it does. So it keeps that
Kind of-
contact to keep
yes.
that forward
Just
motion.
right down the back.
And
Back.
it seems very controlled.
Okay, and next exhibitor is number 128, Ryan Barrett, New Seekers. This one here also concludes the first class.
Okay. Wow.
Got a nice little pin built there.
Mhm.
Kind of mini show ring.
It is. So 8 vying for the placings in this class. And we're going to hear those right now, correct?
You got
placings
this,
in
or
that
do you
class?
want me to get
With
it?
the
or
placing
have
for the
it?
class, I'll take
Go
care of
ahead.
it.
Yeah, let's hear
All
how
right.
they did.
Let's see. I'll start off with first.
Yes,
Would
that
be
would be the right thing.
Paige Knott, exhibitor number 120. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Number 2 would be Gunner Knight, exhibitor 67 from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Number 3 would be Bo Dugan, exhibitor number 15 from Scrabble Scramblers. Number 4 would be Amelia Dugan, exhibitor number 8, Scrabble Scramblers. 5th place is Michaela Tyson, exhibitor 116, Arden. 6th place will be Kaylee Thompson, exhibitor 98 in Hedgesville FFA. 7th place will be Ryan Barrett, exhibitor 22-8, New Seekers. And number 8 would be Emily Hagan, exhibitor 54 for Musselman FFA.
And all these exhibitors received a blue ribbon.
Wow, okay. And so on that note also, out of this class, the top winner advances to
the grand
drive, which will be at the end of the show. So that person, and then once, if they were to become the grand, then the second place from this class goes into the reserve.
You are just doing
so
good. You are doing so good.
I'm learning. Oh, feels good. All right. On that note, let's head into a break.
Time to go into a break. This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department, now the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department. They're located at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg, or you can phone them at 304-263-5131. We're back with more from the Youth Fair and more Market Hogs. It'll be class number 2 when we come back with more from the Youth Fair on TV 10.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Welcome back into the virtual 2020 Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you. This portion of the program brought to you by 63rd District House of Delegates Democratic candidate Daniel Bennett. Have a great youth fair and continue to strive to be your best. Before we get into Class 2 of the Market Hogs, we're going to send it over with our special guest of the evening, the first special guest of the evening. And as we send it back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair.
Yep, I'll introduce our special guest. Well, we thought it would be fun to bring in Miss Youth Fair 2019 Hannah every night, so we could just hear from her experience as Miss Youth Fair. And this is a great one to bring her into, or a great show to bring her into, because she actually has shown market hogs before, correct? And
Yes, ma'am.
and this is one of her favorite shows, so I'm intrigued by that, and I want to hear from her. I'm sure you do too. So welcome to the studio, Hannah, again.
This is probably one of my favorite shows, not only to watch, but also participate in, because in my experience, no matter how much I work with my hog, once it gets to the arena, you don't know how it's going to act. And it can be like that with every animal. But every year, whenever I show a hog, as soon as it hits the arena, it thinks it has to take off.
Oh my gosh.
And run around in circles. And no matter what I do, you're running from one end to the other, just trying to keep up with it.
So it's that's probably what makes it so fun to watch that. I mean, I'm sure the audience enjoys that, just seeing what's going to happen at any given exhibitor. Oh my gosh, wow. So is it hard to part with your market hog at the end of the fair?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what you're working towards
Yes.
the whole time, but no matter how much you try to prepare yourself, it's still your pet. You still love it the same. And,
yeah. So would you say that of all the animals that you have shown, that would be one of your favorites?
Probably.
Yeah. You have to say that because Bobby is here and he's gonna. We know that. So, well, it's good to have you here with us again. And how about you just stick in here with us with this class?
Absolutely.
And if you have any comments, or if you want to share, see if you can one-up Mikey and see if you have a fun fact or a really good fact that we can. But we're ready to head into Class 2 Market Hogs. I hope you guys are ready for this next class. We have 8 exhibitors, and Bobby will get us started.
Okay, Class 2. We will start off with exhibitor number 13, Avery Lark from Southern Cross.
Like little brothers in the
yeah,
back
little
of the room
brother in the
helping.
background.
Coaching. Okay, exhibitor number 2. No, exhibitor number 48. Sorry about that. Elena Cameron, Valley Star.
I'm really being entertained by how all of them each have their unique style of controlling the animal.
Yes.
And I guess you learn a little bit about their personality and the personality of the animal as well. But it's neat to kind of watch.
You can also tell which one the young ones had older sisters or brothers.
Oh, they kind of mimic each other. Oh, okay. That's a sleek looking pig. Black, all black. What's the breed of that?
That is probably a crossbred.
A crossbred.
Yeah. Because most of the black pigs, like Berkshires, they
Mhm.
have white in
White
them,
feet.
white face,
Gotcha.
white feet, maybe a white tail.
Okay,
All
we'll
right.
go to our next exhibitor. It's Holden Custer, exhibitor number 72, Southern Cross.
Some of the kids are using brushes and some aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Someone gave me a fun fact on YouTube. It says there have been pigs as service and therapy animals. There you go. I wonder if that's Mikey out there in the hallway.
Probably.
Probably. Okay, let's see. Okay, our next one would be Hunter Talley, exhibitor number 74, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. All right, next exhibitor would be Kaylee Bittereye, exhibitor 95, Hedgesville FFA.
Do you know any of these exhibitors, Hannah?
Yes, I do.
You do. Oh, so you've kind of grown up around the fair with a lot of them, huh?
Yes.
And
Katie is actually one of my good friends.
Now, are you in 4-H or FFA or both?
I was in both, but I think when I was in 10th grade, I switched over to just FFA.
Okay, great.
That's kind of one there that don't want to listen.
Running away.
It wants to play.
And another fact, the phrase "you are sweating like a pig" is often used as an insult, but it is actually false because pigs do not have sweat glands. That's why they tend to roll around in the mud to keep themselves cool.
So wait a second.
They don't have sweat glands.
So why do we say it?
It's just an expression
That's a false myth. Is that, wait, is that a double entendre?
I think
so that's
it is. I think a myth is automatic.
Wait, now that's a myth then,
Well,
not
that is
a false
a-
myth.
just
That
is
is
a
double
myth.
entendre. So that is a
false
myth.
myth would be true.
So myth, we just myth busters. We just busted. Mikey, we just busted that myth. Yes. So we can't sweat like a pig. What do we sweat like? What animal sweats?
We know rabbits from last night sweat by their feet.
Yes.
Right? Didn't I learn that last night?
Yes, you did.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Good job. Okay. Next
All right.
exhibitor.
Next exhibitor is Liam McDonald, exhibitor number 106, Musselman FFA. He made himself a nice little ring.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's really nice.
All right, our next exhibitor is Sarah Williams, exhibitor number 132, Hedgesville Junior 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company. Mouthful.
Yeah, that was.
Must be something to eat or drink over in that corner.
Can't keep that.
That's why they order the show ring. When they feel that cool air or something, they'll go right to that area, and that's where they want to stay.
They know where they came
Yes.
in at, and they will go right back to that.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Most of the time, you take them out of the ring, you run them right down through, and they'll go right in where they're supposed to coming from.
Oh, my gosh.
And they've only been there a couple of days. All right, our next exhibitor is Taryn Boys.
Go.
Exhibitor number 140, Valley Star.
And this is our 8th and last in this class,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Doing a good job.
Mm-hmm. Keeping it moving.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, you'll see them take their knee and jab it in their side to
Oh my
persuade them a
gosh.
little bit.
Okay.
All right. Well,
That
that
will be
wraps
your
up that
8.
class. So I guess we're ready now to hear the placings and ribbons.
Okay, that class right there, all of them in this class has a blue ribbon.
Good job.
The first place in that class would be Elena Cameron, number 48, Valley Star. second one is Holden Custer, Exhibitor 72, the Southern Cross. Number 3 is Liam McDonald, Exhibitor 106, Mussman FFA. Fourth would be Avery Lark, Exhibitor 13, Southern Cross. Fifth place would be Taryn Boyles, Exhibitor 140, Valley Star. Sixth place will be Kaylee Bittereye,
2,
Exhibitor 95, a Hedgesville FFA. Seventh place would be Hunter Talley, Exhibitor number 74, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. And to round out the class in eighth place is Sarah Williams, Exhibitor number 132, Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company. And like I said, they were all blue ribbons.
Really good. So in a class like that where you have 8 people, could there potentially be, they could have a blue, red, and white? Is that what it is? Or what? So they don't necessarily all reach the blue ribbon status, correct? But that's the highest.
And a lot of that depends on the judge.
And then after they ribbon them, then they order them in their favorites, correct? Is that how they do the judging? When you say first, second, third, fourth,
well,
fifth,
he'll order them
as
first.
He goes and does the blue
then
ribbon,
comes back
red
to the
ribbon.
ribbons.
Okay, got it. So if we were in the ring and we saw those 8, he would go and they'd all be in the ring, and then he would go up and he'd individually say who's first, second, third, and all the way through, and then he would go back and give them the color of ribbon. Okay, yep. I'm just trying to visually see it all. It's that whole fair experience I'm trying to get, Matt, like just making sure that I can see it and all that. So what do you think about that round, Hannah? Did you see anything in there that stood out to you? Or
it just reminded me a lot of fair last year, and helped me remember that the hog show is one of the hardest shows to hand out ribbons during, and you have to really make sure you're paying attention the whole time, because like I said, those pigs can go from one end of the arena to the next.
So tell me what it was like. Did you have to chase them down or in the ring? Or?
I had to ask the judge a couple times which kid got what ribbons. And
so he would tell you, and you're the one running around doing the ribbon. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she hands them.
She tries to catch them as they go out, but it
doesn't always.
I was looking at a lot of people with their pictures from previous years, showing past years, throwbacks to this year and that year. And that was one of the things kind of got me as a parent emotional, thinking the parents won't have this year's pictures in the ring. So with that in mind, I thought, what could you do instead? So I would encourage any parent, exhibitor, whomever, that or any parent or friend or of an exhibitor, let me get it out, I would encourage you to take pictures to commemorate this year. Throw on a face mask so you remember it was the year of COVID, and go outside with your market animal and take a picture, and maybe a little sign that says what you placed, and make sure that you don't lose this year in your memories. So I would just encourage you to do that, and we'll always fondly remember this year. I say fondly. I threw that description in there. I don't know if people would agree with fondly. I'm going to fondly remember the year.
So a lot of people thinking this is a year to forget.
Yes. We always have to try to find the good in bad situations that makes them more bearable, right? That's what we're trying to do this week anyways. Find the good. Pull out a little bit of gold this week for people to enjoy. So Matt, let's head into a break, and we'll come back and we'll go to Market 3 Hogs.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Services, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by and see them by appointment only at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg, or give them a call, 304-263-4343, to set up that appointment. Back with more of the Market Hog section of the Youth Fair. It'll be Class 3 when we come back with more Youth Fair after this.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away. featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Rentals. The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to our hosts for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Matt, we're having a great time on night 3. We're in the middle of the Swine show. And earlier in the night when we kicked things off with this show, we had the breeding class. And one of the things we failed to do, we were just moving right along, and we were thrilled for all the winners, having so much fun. We did not announce the sponsors of the awards. And those are so important. Without the sponsors of these awards, I mean, we wouldn't have awards. Well, I mean, we probably have something, but this is very important to us to acknowledge them. So if you don't mind, before we move on to the next class of Market Hogs, we're going to back up just a tad, and we're going to thank the sponsors of our awards from our breeding class. Here we go, Bobby. Or Judy.
Judy's
got it. Okay.
Okay, for the Grand Champion Female Show, they received $25 from S&W Concessions and Catering, and a banner from Bobby and Cindy Miller.
Awesome, thank you.
And our Reserve Champion Female Show receives $10 from Golden Rule Farm, Tammy Warren Family, and a banner from the Knott family, Shepherdstown Pharmacy.
Great. Well, thank you to all of those sponsors. Again, we really appreciate your support. And we are going to move on to Class 3 Market Hogs, and we have 8 in this category.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to start off with Exhibitor 17, Blake Puffenberger from Swan Pond. That pig is all black.
Another black pig.
Another one, yeah.
It don't have any weight on it either.
Wait, I might see a little white behind the ear. Was I just mistaken?
Mikey's like, no, I don't see any.
You didn't see any?
He's doing a good
Yeah, he's
job
doing a
keeping
real
the
good job.
pigs, keeping the head up, keep it moving.
So I did see that when I
Yes,
watched
you
the
wanna
video
keep-
today.
You want to keep their head up
keep their
and
head
keep
up.
them moving, and they look more level. Keep them from rooting.
Mm-hmm.
Laying down, especially.
So does that mean they're lazy animals?
No, they just get hot when we're showing,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
they usually lay down.
They like to lay down and get massaged. Okay. Our next exhibitor, Exhibitor 22, is Brooklyn Bowers from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Another black one.
And she is a first-year exhibitor? Or no? This is her. Is she a first year?
Yeah.
Yes, first year.
Oh my gosh! And her animal is as big. No, is bigger than her.
See how
And
that
look
mud,
how good-
See
look
how
at
that,
her.
See it dropping
see how
down that
that
mud?
mud's back there?
Uh-huh.
It's like I am not moving out of there right
That's
now.
my cool spot.
Okay.
She's doing a good job with that pig for her first year.
Yes, I'll say.
I say it's also an obstacle course.
I think that one's in progress. Okay, we'll go here to the next exhibitor. Will be Exhibitor 62, Garrett Glassford of Mount Airy Winners. Now
Wow, he's
He's
doubling.
using two
He's using two whips.
Look at there.
Nice spotted
Fancy.
pig.
He's got it going right where he wants it to go, too. Okay. Our next exhibitor is Exhibitor 91, Carissa Greenfield from Wetumpka.
Wetumpka, it's close enough.
Wetumpka.
I'll say I know Hannah's fact had to do with them not sweating, so that fact was true. But the term "you eat like a pig" is very true. Pigs are non-discriminate eaters, and they actually will gorge themselves, if left to open feed.
Yes,
So-
I read that fact today.
Oh, see, I should have
Stole
left
my
that for you.
No, it was interesting because I read that the reason that people say that about pigs is they basically have nothing in them will tell them they're full.
Correct.
So they just, if you leave them to eat, they will eat and eat and
Eat
eat
until
and
they're
eat and
stuffed.
eat.
Until they're, yes.
So, yeah, I did read that.
Okay, our next exhibitor is 157, Cheyenne Grove from Valley Star.
We are sideways.
Turn our heads, everybody.
And this is just proof that these were taken at home.
I know, right?
Like, these are not some mass-produced
No.
videos.
It's really impressive, really, for all the exhibitors, what they've learned. In addition to raising their animal, they've learned how to show
First
virtually.
Thing, when we talk about virtual, the first thing they say is, how are we going to do that?
Yes, exactly. Well, and a lot of people in the community thought we were bringing just the kids and their animals to the
Yes.
ring, and we were going to show that because a lot of people
Yeah,
like sports
they
and
thought
so
we
forth.
were-
They're having events, but no spectators. So a lot of people were still concerned for we were putting the kids
Absolutely.
at in danger, and we're like, no one will be at the youth fairgrounds. So
And the thing is, there are still some shows that are going on.
Yeah.
But when you look at the total number of participants, we double, triple, quadruple a lot of those shows.
Yes.
So there was no way
all right,
with the number that we have, which is an
Right.
amazing problem.
sure.
So, it's something to be proud of that we have that number,
Right.
but that's why we couldn't do that in-person version like other
Exactly.
fairs are able to do.
Right.
Okay, our next one would be Exhibitor
Fun fact, man.
171, Michaela Grove, Valley Star. Now, this is the sister of the one before
That's
that.
his sister, yes.
Yes. Hers is not sideways.
They have a nice little ring built there,
Mm-hmm.
too. And that pig looks like if it was in our ring, it would take off.
You can
It's
just
going
tell,
right-
right?
yes.
It is looking for a route to out.
Ah, let me out of here.
I don't want to do this. She's doing a good job. All right. And our next exhibitor, 173, Natalie Yates.
Is that one black too?
Yeah, and it's
And
really
it's
big.
got-
It's a
and it-
popular
Yes,
view.
and it's got floppy ears, so it would have had to have been bred with something that has floppy ears.
Mikey?
There's a whole bunch of breeds with floppy ears. I'm facts, not laundry list.
Come on, Mikey.
I'll say different fun fact. So they brought up racing in the ring. Pigs can actually run in burst up to 11 miles an hour.
Really?
They have, it's State Fair, West Virginia State Fair.
Uh-huh.
They have pig races.
Yes.
They have
So-
little pigs that go out and they race.
That is very interesting. Speaking of the state fair, so how do the youth who are involved in the Berkeley County Youth Fair, do they have to win a reserve or grand champion to go, or just if they want to compete at the state level, they can? It's like totally optional. It's just something you have to do.
It is a separate show.
Okay.
So they would tag in a different series of animals.
Okay.
Some of them use to back up to their county animal.
Oh, so
as
they
their
can't
state fair
take
animal.
the same thing too.
For breeding, they can.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously market. If they're
Yes.
selling it, they can't.
So it's a little bit harder to guess if
Yes.
your animal's going to market
Sure.
or that whole process. But for indoor exhibits, Blue Ribbon Project's first premium get the first right to go, and then it kind of goes down that list.
So does the state fair have market? Do they do an auction
Absolutely.
and
We
everything?
do
So are they
everything that we do very similarly to classes.
Now, would you say that Berkeley County, as compared to the state fair, in terms of like what a hog goes for here, is it about the same at a state level or less or more? What would you say the youth?
It depends on the kid.
Yes.
I was going to
It
say, what
varies.
if they have what do you see the kids do around here? Would they rather go to state because it's a better option for them, or?
So I think the thing a
Recognition.
lot of people, it's bigger recognition because it is in the
Yes.
state level.
Uh-huh.
But I think a lot of kids know in the back of their minds that is also Greenbrier's kind of
County,
county
yes.
sale.
I was going to say, yes.
So you know, local kids tend to get a more premium side of that.
Sure.
But I would say there's kids that do both, and they do just fine either
yeah.
way.
I'm going to say they do very good down there.
What's the
Yes.
percentage of your youth, would you say, that go on to compete or do both, compete locally and like
This
to
year we
compete?
had 9 individuals that had tagged in, but of course
They didn't have it right. Okay.
And they can tag multiple animals, so where we only sell one, State Fair you can actually sell more than just one.
I actually saw a couple of people showing, like who I follow on Facebook. They had been to some fairs or to some shows. So I guess, like you said, there are still a few out there
Absolutely.
that are going on. So okay, well let's we have one more.
We have one more.
One more. Uh-huh.
Wyatt Serball, Exhibitor 178, Scrabble Scramblers, and that is the class.
And another first-year exhibitor. And
Oh,
he
look,
is
he's
using a cane.
I see that. Interesting.
And you do see that in the first year exhibitors. A lot of them do use a cane. I guess it's easier to get a hold of one. Take your dad's or your grandpa's or something.
They don't like the canes.
All right. So, with that class being complete with 8 exhibitors, we are ready to announce their placings and ribbons.
Okay, the first place is Blake Puffenberger, Exhibitor 17, Swan Pond. Let's see. Second place would be Brooklyn Bowers, Exhibitor 22, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Third place, Exhibitor 91, no, I'm wrong. Exhibitor 62, Garrett Glassford, Mount Airy Winners. Let's see. For fourth place, we have Michaela Grove, Exhibitor 171, Valley Star. Fifth place, we have Cheyenne Grove, Exhibitor 157, Valley Star. Sixth place, we have Carlissa Greenfield, Exhibitor number 91, Wetumpka.
It's raining in her video.
7.
Yes, it was.
Just saw that.
Seventh place was Wyatt Serball, Exhibitor 178, Scrabble Scramblers. And 8th place is Natalie Yates, Exhibitor 173 from Valley Star.
There you have it. Another class of market hogs finished for tonight. We have more where they came from. We're going to get right back to them after this break. And just want to remind everyone, again, we're doing the People's Choice. So I'm not sure how that's going to work tonight. I need to maybe ask Dawn, who's out in the conference room, in terms of us only having, well, we have indoor exhibits, which there'll be shows or People's Choice categories, but I don't know how many categories of People's Choice there will be for hogs. Will there just be two, like your favorite breeding hog and your favorite market hog? That's probably how it will be. So we will find that out in between in the break, Matt, and we're going to take time now to head out and into the break and thank our sponsors. Thank you for sticking with us. We have a lot more to come.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Berkeley Medical Center in Berkeley County, right here in Martinsburg. Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. Back with more from the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Welcome back into the 2020 Virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV 10. We will get back to our hog panel and host, Mary Beth Blair. Yeah, that probably came out a little different, but I'm not sure what else to call that, so we're just going to call him the hog panel. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by West Virginia Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success that they deserve. Back to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
So if you're wondering where are we at in the Swine Show, I can tell you where we're at. 3 classes have been announced and introduced, but there are 12 total classes. So we've got a long ways to go, but it's fun. We're having a great time, and we're really enjoying seeing the variety of breeds and just learning all these different fun facts about raising them, and just it's been a great evening so far. I know we have a lot more to learn, and we've got Miss Youth Fair back in the studio. She's going to join us for the next class, and we're going to hopefully hear some fun facts from her. But as we move into this next class, we are Class 4, Market Hog, and we have 8 in this group. Before we go over to Bobby to introduce, I want to say to our YouTube page, Natalie Clower says this is the first time in 37 years that she has not been at the fair. She said her first was my 4 children, now my grandchildren. How cool is that? Generational. We were talking about that earlier, how the Youth Fair is a generational event and something that's passed down from generation to generation. So, Natalie, thank you for joining us on the virtual fair, and hopefully we'll all be back at the Youth Fair grounds next year in 2021. So let's get back into this Market Hog show with Class 4. Bobby, would you take us there?
Okay, here we go. First exhibitor would be Carter Jones, exhibitor 28 from Hedgesville, FFA. Background.
Yeah.
They're trying to load one up or something.
When you were seeing some of the kids out on a farm, typically in a family, or say for this exhibitor, how many would be there at their house? Would they have multiple? I mean, you don't have someone who just has one pig at home, right?
Some do, but some of them.
Okay.
Let's say a lot of them get 2 for one. Use one for a backup.
Okay, gotcha.
Companion pig.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, our next exhibitor, Mackenzie Phoebus, exhibitor 115, Hedgesville New Adventures.
Now, her brother showed earlier, right? Or
Yes,
someone named
yes.
with
Yep.
the last name.
Looks like it might have just rained there.
And there would be a companion
Yes.
pig.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Our next exhibitor is Parker Custer, exhibitor 121, Southern Cross.
Looks like he's leading the pig with a marshmallow, maybe.
Something.
They like marshmallows.
Interesting.
We used to have a pig that we trained with Little Debbie snack cakes. And we've had her since 2013, and we still have her.
Oh my goodness! Was it
And you can
a
rattle
particular Debbie's snack cake? Which kind?
No, it did
Any.
not.
Okay.
It did not matter.
No, if it was
As long as it's
oatmeal
Little Debbie,
pies
right?
or wow.
And you can rattle the paper, and she has a name, and she will come to her name if you call
wow.
her.
That's a neat.
And they will all do that. If
Really?
you name your pig, they will get used to their name,
2
and
to
they
3
will.
weeks,
Yeah.
they will memorize their name.
Now, will he actually let the pig have the marshmallow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
All right, our next exhibitor, Robert Hudson, exhibitor number 127, from Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company.
And it looks like that some of these kids might have
That's,
all been
that's
at
in the
one
same place, I
yeah.
believe.
I believe I heard.
I think there was a group.
Yes.
There was a 4-H group that got together with everybody that they did all their videos
together,
in one
and
evening.
that's great.
And that was just all species that they had. It wasn't
Oh,
just
yeah.
like pigs. I think they did goats and lambs also.
That's nice because some of the kids may not have had a suitable place to do it in. Maybe they gave each other some support.
Help.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, our next exhibitor, William Baer, Exhibitor number 145, Musselman FFA.
And this is William's last year of showing.
Aging out, huh?
He's aging out.
I've got one that don't want to walk.
Well, look there. He's got the family there to support him. That's awesome.
It might be with gravel. Pigs are very sensitive. If they're
Their
on
feet.
if they're like on concrete and they've never been in the grass, they were like stop, and they won't go any further.
vice
It's just
versa,
like you
either
have to either one.
Oh, okay. So is it because they're sensitive, or it's just foreign to them? That's new.
It's new.
Okay.
All right, our next exhibitor is Allison Quintana, exhibitor number 148 from Scrabble Scramblers. Yeah, we have that at the fair during the show when we bring them from the barn to the show ring. They'll come out here out like concrete, they're gravel. They'll stop right there.
Now, I have a question. If we were at the fairgrounds, is it to their benefit do they clean animals before they go into the ring? Do they look at that? Like, I notice a difference. Like, some of the hogs tonight will be spotless and some have mud, and I don't know if does that matter whether I know that they're in their habitat, so I get that. But if they were at the fairgrounds, is it advantageous for them to have it all cleaned up and
Cleaned up, their pen clean. They got to keep their pen clean like every other day.
If it was a rainy week at the fair, that can be quite a hard job to do to keep the pigs clean.
They have wash racks they take them to, so they can pin them in there. They can't get out, so they're able to clean them. They clean them and shampoo them and spray them with stuff to make them real shiny and everything.
It's very neat. All right.
All right, our next exhibitor is Ashton Lazarick, exhibitor number 151, Hedgesville FFA.
Well, that's a neat. I feel like we saw this
As I say,
pin
I've seen
before.
this pin once, I believe.
We were saying how much we liked it before. It was just the aesthetics of it. It was very neat. It's very clean and tidy.
I believe that was her brother.
Yeah?
It was her brother earlier, yes.
So actually, when your mom said that your bedroom looked like a pigsty, you should have said thank you. And then avoid getting grounded, you should have told her this fact, that pigs are naturally a clean and organized barnyard animal. Like we learned before, they only roll in mud to cool off, but they self-potty train in a barn or in nature.
Wow. So there's another phrase that we hear, the pigsty. And I confess I've used that term before with my children.
I think everybody has heard it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So we should reward them for that then.
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
All right, our next and last exhibitor in the class will be Arch Fox, exhibitor number 180, Tomahawk.
Great, Bobby. That was your class, I think.
That is the class 4. We'll start off with number 1 would be Parker Custer, exhibitor 121, Southern Cross. Second place would be William Bear, 145, Musselman FFA. Third place in the class is Robert Hudson, exhibitor number 127, Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company. Let's see. Fourth place is Carter Jones, exhibitor number 28, the Hedgesville FFA. Fifth place would be Ashton Lazarick, exhibitor 151, Hedgesville FFA. Sixth place, Mackenzie Phoebus, exhibitor 115, Hedgesville New Adventures. Seventh place, Arch Fox, exhibitor number 180, Tomahawk. And eighth place is Allison Quintana, Exhibitor number 148, Scrabble Scramblers.
And they were all blue ribbons. Yes. Did you say that?
Very good. Well done. Well done, Class 4 Market Hogs. Another class in the books for 2020, and we have a lot more where that came from. Class 5 coming up out of 12, so stick with us. We have more hogs to come. And in the meantime, we're going to take a commercial break. So, hey, I've not given a shout out tonight to Fair Food. Who's having some Fair Food? Please, someone tell me, just for the benefit of us to imagine what it's like to eat some right now. Is anybody out there having some? Did anybody stop by the vendors and pick something yummy up? Tell us what you had, or just jump on the YouTube page and tell us what your favorite food is that you're missing this year. We had a conversation in here last night and we were talking about what everyone's favorite was, so I would love to hear that. And yeah, we'll wait and see if they respond.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service family-owned funeral home, proudly serving the area since 1880. Back with more from the Youth Fair next.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the fair brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
All righty. Thank you, Matt. We are In the middle of our swine show, our night 3, and we have seen Class 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're about to see Class 5 market hogs. And as we've mentioned throughout the night, very important for you to pay attention to the name and exhibitor number, because most of these market hogs will be going to sale through the livestock auction, which opens up tomorrow at 7 p.m. And we are going to give more details on that on the air tomorrow. But you can look on the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org, to learn more about that. Just scroll around, look for the information about the auction, and it will give you some step-by-step information on how you can become a buyer. And so I think before we go into introducing you to Class 5, we've been challenged, Matt, to a quiz. So
I'm not a good test taker.
I'm not either. I'm not a good thinker on the spot. Like, I have to read and think and contemplate. So I'm just putting that out there right now in case I fail. But we'll try it. Okay. All right, Judy.
You should remember this one because you asked about this one earlier. So you might have
Let's
one
see
up
if
on
Matt was paying any attention.
What was a gilt?
Oh, wait.
Gilt was a...
We need a button so we can make sure.
It was a pig that had not had piglets yet.
Yes, right. I had there. See, I had to look. I couldn't even think of it for myself.
Okay, and I think Mikey might have bought this one up. What is a sow?
It's the opposite, right? One that's
right?
had pigs.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I couldn't remember
You're
whether
a little slow tonight.
I know. I need a button.
I couldn't remember whether there was an exact number of piglets or not. Okay.
I know. You're right.
Okay, so this is easy. What's a piglet?
A baby pig.
Good.
Okay. That was.
Do you think that was a trick question?
I did. I really did. I did. Okay. Well, I got 1 out of 2. You got 2. The score's 2-1. Matt. We'll have to pick this up. They'll have to keep giving us questions. So I'm really going to pay attention. All right. So let's get right into the Class 5 market hogs. 8 exhibitors in this class.
Okay, and our first exhibitor is going to be Emily Hudson, exhibitor number 55 from Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company.
There's that same ring again. I think I got a text from somebody that this is Back Creek Valley. Didn't they call this the Back Creek Valley Junior Fair? All these kids got together, I believe.
Oh, they did. They texted you and said,
very good. 4-H Junior
Yeah, I know
Fire
that,
Company.
but they live in Back Creek.
What's wrong with that?
No,
that sounded defensive.
Yes, it did, and I didn't mean it that way.
All right. Our next exhibitor is Ethan Dunham, exhibitor 57, Valley Star.
And it's the same ring, Bobby.
We work together back here.
I like the coloring of that one. I've always been intrigued by their cute little tails. I said cute. See, there. I think the pig is cute. I like their
Do you know what they call that
tail.
white across the black in the middle like that? That is their belt.
How cool is that? All right, I'm learning facts. I'm going to remember that in case that's on the quiz. That's the belt.
All right, next exhibitor is Henry Stuckey, exhibitor number 71, Tomahawk.
Now, is that wide white part considered the belt? That's huge.
That's just a larger belt.
Okay.
The Hampshires are known for their belt.
Okay.
Their black head, black rear, white belt across the shoulders.
So that's the same as what we saw at the...
It's usually their front legs and shoulders.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, our next exhibitor will be Kaylee Lohr, exhibitor number 96.
Go ahead.
Mount Airy Winners.
First year on this one, Bobby?
Yes.
And I think
Good
Henry
job.
Stuckey was also a first-year member.
That's awesome.
And we have a first-year member out in the middle of the field so that she's been working with her pig.
That she can be out of the pen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, we ain't saying the ones in the pen.
Oh, yes. They're working with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're working with them.
Yeah. But the fact that
But
she can
sometimes
be there without
that
running from her.
intimidates-
Yeah.
Yeah, that intimidates the little
Yes.
ones like that. So for her to have that out, that's
She has a lot of
awesome.
confidence.
Yes.
Our next exhibitor will be Mason Elliott, exhibitor 114, New Seekers. All right. Our next exhibitor is Reese McDonald, exhibitor number 125, Musselman FFA. Seen this pin too.
Mm-hmm. Nice clean pen.
I'm assuming pigsty just comes from the fact that someone thinks that a pig's pen with mud and hay is not very tidy. That's where they got that.
Depends on who you are, if it's tidy or not.
That's right. Exactly. That's all in the interpretation, right?
Right. All right, our next exhibitor is Kaylee Yates, exhibitor number 166, Valley Star. There's that ring again.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good idea. They could pitch together, get shavings, make it a ring, and do them all right there together. Some of these kids really impress me sometimes in this hog show.
I can imagine.
Some pigs impress me in the hog show.
Would you say that those who are regulars at the auction and when they buy, do they come out and watch the shows to see which one they're going to bid on and like get an eye on it, or some do maybe?
Some do, and some don't. Yes.
And some are just community
Some of them you see them walk
sponsors.
through in the evenings or something.
Yeah, they walk through in the evening, the night of the
And
sale.
they'll have a
They'll
little
walk through
notepad
the
with
bar.
them and jot things down.
Wow.
All right, where to go? And our last one in that class will be Rebecca Fox, exhibitor number 206, Tomahawk. There's a Turok. A Durock, I'm sorry.
And she has a cane.
And a companion pig. Quite a few companion pigs there.
I was just saying.
And a dog.
All right. So another class of 8.
Yep.
And good job, everyone. Great videos. We're ready to announce their placings and
Okay.
awards.
We have first place. We have Emily Hudson, exhibitor 55 from Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company. Second place was Reese McDonald, exhibitor 125, Musselman FFA. Third place, Ethan Dunham, exhibitor 57, Valley Star. Fourth place, we have Kaylee Lohr, exhibitor 96, Mount Airy Winners. Fifth place, we have Rebecca Fox, exhibitor 206, Tomahawk. Sixth place, Mason Elliott, exhibitor 114, New Seekers. Seventh place, we have Henry Stuckey, exhibitor 71, Tomahawk. And in eighth place, we have Kaylee Yates, exhibitor 166, Valley Star. And they are all blue ribbons.
Great job. All right, that was Class 5 of our Market Hogs, and great job, everyone. Congratulations to those winners and to everyone for their blue ribbons. We are heading into break, and when we come back, we will have Class 6. Matt, take it away.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg on Route 45. They became number one by making you number one. First, Parsons. Back after this commercial break with more from the Youth Fair.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by 60th House of Delegates District Democratic candidate Brad Knoll, who wishes all of the best to this year's Berkeley County virtual Youth Fair participants. Back over to the host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing right now? Are you enjoying what we've had for you so far? Well, just remember, we're halfway through. I think we're halfway through, almost halfway through, sort of.
This is 6 of 12.
6 of 12. So we are exactly halfway through the Hog Swine show. And after that, we are going to have some entertainment for you this evening for about a half an hour. And then we're going to close out our last hour of the live virtual fair tonight with more indoor exhibits, and we are looking forward to that as well. So a big night ahead of us. We're just really getting into the meat of things here. That was no pun intended.
Oh, come on. There had to be a pun there. You'd been thinking of that
I think I'm getting
for 2
hungry.
hours now.
Looking at all these pigs, you know, like you start thinking
there.
about bacon, you start thinking about, well, my son, shout out to my son Robbie, he's become the chef extraordinaire, and he's really gotten into charcoal grilling this summer. He got a new charcoal grill, and so he did a pork butt this weekend and cooked it all day long, and it was incredible. So when I'm looking at these pigs, I'm Sorry, I'm thinking food. But yeah, so anyways, we better move on. And to Class 6 Market Hog, and we still have Miss Youth Fair in the studio too. We're waiting for her to come up with a fact that she'll interject in here. That seat should just cause you to want to interject like Mikey does. Yes, so come on, Hannah, don't be shy. You have to come up with one. We're waiting for it. In the middle of this class,
You've got
find a good
pages
one for
here.
us. We need to be educated while we're here all week. Yeah, so in this class 6, we have 8 exhibitors. So let's say after the 4th one, Hannah, come up with a good one for us. We're going to throw it to you. So let's kick things off. Bobby, let's get started.
Here we go. Exhibitor 42, Crystal Sensendiver, Musselman FFA.
And this is Crystal's last year of showing. She ages out this year.
How many would you say are aging? Do we know?
I think there were
8 or 9.
Mm-hmm. I know on Friday, for those of you who are aging out, there's going to be a special segment to say farewell to those who are aging out. So we're
6 hog exhibitors aging out.
Talk about neat pens. That one right there. Clean. Neat.
Okay, dope. The second one. The second person in that, or exhibitor in that class is Hunter Dunham, exhibitor 73 from Scrabble Scramblers.
Mary Beth, you were talking about how your son made pork butt the other day. Did you know that pork butt is actually from a pig's shoulder and the butt has nothing to do with it?
No, I didn't. That makes me kind of feel better because we were all laughing about it in our family group text when we were saying
it. That she was looking at these pigs. I was like,
I thought when I was looking, so I didn't, well, come on now, Bobby. I knew that. I was looking at their shoulders thinking of that pork.
All right. Let's see. Our next exhibitor would be Jesse Householder, exhibitor 81, Spring Mills FFA.
And Jesse is aging out this year.
Oh, wow. That is one muddy pig.
I've seen she had a big thing on Facebook about aging out.
Yes, a lot of the exhibitors across the board have been putting posts with their animals and for the market sale and what they're selling and everything. So
that's good. And they were encouraged to reach out to their buyers in the past who sometimes would buy their animals so that they could encourage them to do the online. I heard something interesting the other day when, talking about how we're coping during these times, and an auctioneer who is here local said that actually people have really become very good at online auctions. So whereas he would go out and be an auctioneer at a sale, an estate sale, that it's actually been more profitable, more productive with the online auctions. So when I heard that, I immediately thought of the youth fair, and I thought, oh God, please let it be that way for the kids this year. Wouldn't it be? And I'm just going to put that out there as a seed out there to the community in Berkeley County. Let this be a year that we just, when the kids are thinking, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? We're not going to be able to sell like we always have. Let's come out and really support them, and let this be the biggest year that we've ever seen. I'm believing for that for the kids. So, anyways, back to where were we? Anyways, we're starting a new class.
No.
Where are we at?
Exhibitor 4 in class 6 is Olivia Butler, exhibitor number 119, Wetumpka.
See, all that talk about food has just got me. I hadn't even done a check mark. I do a check mark every time we do one, so I know where we're at, and I hadn't checked any in that class.
Following a marshmallow.
Okay. Speaking of marshmallows, I have to say this because I was trying to keep up with all the Facebook posts, and someone who had I love that bunny rabbit last night that was white. It was a really big fluffy one. I don't know the girl's name. I can't remember who it was. Her brother won the big top award, the grand award, so they both show rabbits. But anyways, she said they called my rabbit a marshmallow, and I did because it looked like a big. Do you remember me saying that, Matt? It did look like. I didn't mean it in a mean way at all. It was a compliment. It was just looked fluffy like a marshmallow, but I didn't. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, whoever that was.
All right, we have Cheyenne Stickles, exhibitor 137, Scrabble Scramblers.
with all this talk about marshmallows, did you know that pigs have 15,000 taste buds while humans only have about 9,000?
No, I didn't. That is a really, really good fact. So how does that help them if all they eat is the feed and they don't get to explore that?
They won't eat just any feed.
They won't.
No.
So they'll turn their pig nose up, so to speak, at things that are not tasty
just
to
like
them.
Slopping pigs. That is not always true.
Okay.
There's some things they will eat and some things they won't.
Like that's kind of a common thing. People think you can just give a pig anything. You can throw it in and they'll eat it. So that's not true. We are busting myths left and right, Matt.
All right, our next exhibitor is Sierra Knight, exhibitor 138, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
I'm laughing because I got a text from my husband who's supporting me and watching me every day on the show. And he said, when I mentioned about the pork butt, he said, so do they call the actual pork butt a pork shoulder? So I'm like, yeah, he's like confused. So why do they call it pork butt? What is it? What's the purpose of that? You have to tell me the rest of the story, or is Mikey going to have to tell me that?
The back part would be the ham.
The ham. This is interesting. I'm finding this animal has so many. I'm visualizing all the different meals out of this market animal. No wonder people want this animal so much.
All right, we have Wesley Paul, exhibitor 144, Southern Cross. Is that the right one?
Yep. Okay. I feel like right now I need to pull up a diagram of the pigs so that I can see all the various.
I got you.
Yeah, I want to see that. My brother-in-law and sister raise cattle, and so I know what that looks like because I buy, my husband and I buy half a beef every year, so I know all the different places that my meat comes from. I've educated myself on the beef part. I'm going to really give Scott a run for his money Wednesday. No, I'm just kidding. But I need to learn the structure of this animal.
Okay, and our last exhibitor in that class would be Brittany Schilp, exhibitor 154, Wetomka. Yeah, tongue-tied.
Well, look at that one. Very interesting, the pattern of it.
I think all these kids have really done well with their pigs.
They really have. I'm impressed.
Actually, some of them might even be better doing it that way in the ring because it's strange to them.
Sure. This is their natural habitat.
It's probably a path. They walk a certain path every day.
Great job, everyone. There's 8 entries in class number 6. So at this point, we will get ready and hear how everyone did.
All right, first in the class, we have Sierra Knight, exhibitor 138, and Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. For second place in the class is Brittany Schilp, exhibitor 154, Wetomka. The exhibitor... third place would be exhibitor Olivia Butler, 119 Wetomka. Fourth place in the class is Cheyenne Stickles, exhibitor number 137, Scrabble Scramblers. Fifth place in the class is Wesley Paul, exhibitor 144, Southern Cross. Sixth place is Hunter Dunham, exhibitor 73 from Scrabble Scramblers. Seventh place would be Crystal Sensendiver, exhibitor 42 at Musselman FFA. And eighth place in the class is Jesse Householder, exhibitor 81, Spring Mills FFA. And they are all blue ribbons.
Great job, everyone. All blue ribbons. Excellent. All right, well, another class in the books, class 6, Market Hogs, and we're ready to go to a break. When we come back, we will have Class 7. Are we ready?
We are. This portion of the Youth Fair is brought to you by Johnny's. They're selling restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Visit them on Route 11 South in Chambersburg or Johnny's Express Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more of the Youth Fair after this short commercial break.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back to this portion of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair for 2020. I think it's the first time I've said it in that order.
That's a new one to the lineup.
That tonight is a new order. We have to put that one in the rotation.
Very creative, Matt.
This portion of the program brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department, located at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg, or give them a call at 304-263-5131, or visit them online at bchealthdept.org. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
All right, everybody, are you ready to get right back into the Market Hog Show? We are more than halfway through tonight's swine show. We are having a great time learning all about everything, hogs, from all the myths that we're busting to how good the market hog tastes and all the different dishes that you can eat with that. And no wonder people are excited to be able to bid on that and bid on these animals later in the week. I wanted to give a plug also. A lot of people have asked questions about the Style Show and Small Pet Show. And that, we did not have it on the original graphic on the Facebook site, but just if you're out there and you hear this and you were asking that question, please know that that will be Friday. At some point in Friday's show, we'll get the specific targeted time for that on Friday, but the Style Show and Small Pet Show will be on Friday. So if you were wondering, there you go. There you have it. And we're still working on People's Choice for last night, the award winners. Promise I'll get that to you tonight. We're just waiting for them to tally all the votes. There must have been a lot of votes to tally, so we will get those to you shortly. But for now, we're going to move it back into our swine show with Bobby and Judy, and we are in Class 7 Market Hogs.
Okay, the first one we have in that class would be Chase Haynes, Exhibitor 29, Spring Mills FFA.
I'll say fun fact, pigs can actually scream at 130 decibels, which is 10 decibels higher than a jet engine. So that high-pitched squeal you hear in the room, that high-pitched squeal is actually 10 above any freight jetliner that exists.
Gotcha.
Okay, our next exhibitor will be Colin Roberts, exhibitor number 36, Valley Star.
Matt, do you remember what we learned about this animal? What do they call that white spot?
It's the belt, isn't it?
Good job. See, I'm jumping in there with the quiz, just trying to help
now,
a
the
friend
belt's
out.
got to go the whole way across the
it's
shoulder.
not a,
yes,
it's not a belt?
Not just
leg to leg.
Is that an unbuckled,
that could be,
belt?
No, that is... that
like
one would actually be a belt. It's going the whole way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, our next exhibitor is Colt Collis, exhibitor number 38, Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company. I guess is one somebody was asking about.
Yes.
I'll say I think Susan Davis is chiming in with a comment on YouTube. How about a sausage sandwich from the Young Farmers booth? I'll say, Susie, if you could make that happen, I'm here at the station on Eagle School Road. You could just go ahead and bring 1, 2, 3, 4, a dozen or so of them with you.
1762 Eagle School Road.
1760. Go ahead and bring a dozen, Susie.
Yeah,
we'll make sure
and Beth, no bragging about what you're having for dinner every night now. Beth says that she said, I made it for dinner last night, and she's having ham steaks tonight. What?
They're just rubbing it in.
I know,
That's what
Thanks, Beth.
Come on. Wow. We'll take a sausage sandwich, yes.
Okay, our next
Bring 'em on.
exhibitor is Faith Fox, exhibitor 59, Hedgesville New Adventures. I think the extra one's played out.
Huh?
The extra one's played out.
Mm-hmm. Aww. Or
There's one.
tight.
There's one your belt don't go all the way around. Okay, our next exhibitor would be Catherine Peach, exhibitor 94 from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
And she is the first-year exhibitor.
So here's like a medical fun fact. Porcine heart valves are commonly used in human patients who require heart valve placements. And there's actually some high hopes in regards to diabetes because of how similar the pancreas of a porcine is to humans. So we actually derive insulin as well.
Wow.
Okay, our next exhibitor would be Lucas Dunham, exhibitor number 107, Scrabble Scramblers.
My dad, who I mentioned the other day, many people in the community know him, Shug Kisner. He was sheriff for 8 years, county commissioner as well, and owner of Shug Sunoco for many, many, many years. But in late years, he had a stroke, a hemorrhagic stroke, and he was paralyzed on his one side. And we had this funny joke. Not really a joke, it's what he did, but he loved bacon, okay? So when he was in rehab here locally, after he had the stroke, and every morning he was the biggest jokester, so he would tell his nurses, every morning they would come into his room, he would say, bacon, 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 bacon. And he would say it as many times as he could, and they would say, because they'd ask him, Mr. Kisner, are you ready to go to therapy? And he would tell them only if they would have a plate of bacon. And those girls spoiled my dad, so, I mean, they would have a plate of bacon at therapy for him. They would bring it over to him, and of course, it was probably microwave bacon, but whatever. So, but it was just we used to, when we talk about bacon around the house, we fondly say it that way because of my dad.
All right, our next exhibitor is Victoria Thompson, exhibitor 142, Musselman FFA.
So you brought up a good joke. So what do you call a pig thief? A hamburglar.
Matt's just shaking his head.
When you guys, when all the animals start showing up at both your residences, you guys will find all these jokes.
I did look out my window this morning at 6:30, and I'm like, are there any goats? But I was glad it was raining.
You might not want any pigs because they would have a lot of fun.
Ready for your front yard.
Oh my goodness gracious.
All right, our next exhibitor and the last exhibitor in that class is Gunnar Godsey, exhibitor 210, Spring Mills FFA.
I don't know who Jay is on YouTube, but Jay says beautiful looking animals. So good job to this class.
I was saying, some of them you see the peppermints and marshmallows.
Yeah, there's been a lot of marshmallows.
So pigs have probably the worst eyesight among barnyard species, but they have the best sense of smell.
Sense of smell.
So that's why a lot of times you see that, that little bit of extra incentive down there for them to behave, follow along.
I didn't realize a marshmallow had such a smell to it.
Yeah.
Scent to it.
They actually use, a lot of times, in hogs to hunt truffles over in Europe.
Oh my gosh. Mikey. That's it for Class 8. Let's hear how they did.
All right, let's see. Class 8.
No, it's Class 7.
No, it's Class 7, I'm sorry.
Class 7.
Oh, I said 8. My eyes are starting to get red on me. There were 8 in that category, weren't there? So Class 7. So sorry, that's my fault. I'll take that one.
Okay, our first place exhibitor in that class is Chase Haynes, exhibitor 29, Spring Mills FFA. Our second place in that class would be Victoria Thompson, exhibitor 142, Musselman FFA. Third place is Faith Fox, exhibitor 59, Hedgesville New Adventures. Fourth place is Catherine Peach, exhibitor 94, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Fifth place would be Lucas Dunham, exhibitor 107 from Scrabble Scramblers. Sixth place is Colin Roberts, exhibitor 36, Valley Star. Seventh place is Gunnar Godsey, exhibitor 210, Spring Mills FFA. And eighth place is Colt Collis, exhibitor 38, Hedgesville 4-H Junior Volunteer Fire Company.
And how did they do with ribbons?
And they have all blue ribbons in that class.
Great job. All blue ribbons. Congratulations to all of you in Class 7 of the Market Hogs. And we are going to head into break. And when we come back, we'll have some more fun facts about Market Hogs. just the hog breed in general. We'll have some more for you, and we'll move into our next class, which is Class 8.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They're changing the car buying experience. For a full list of inventory and see more about Hagerstown Ford, visit fordofhagerstown.com. If you type in hagerstownford.com, it'll take you to the same place as well. Back with more from this year's virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair when we come back from this commercial break.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Welcome back into the 2020 Virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Going into what I believe is market number 8. We are rolling through these one after another. Back over to our host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
I can just feel the anticipation of the night as we build up to the very big prize in this category, the Grand and the Reserve Champions. But that doesn't happen, Matt, until we get to the 12th class. And we are just in Class 8. So sit back, relax, enjoy the shows as we continue with, again, the next 8 exhibitors in Class 8 of the Market Hogs. Bobby, take us away.
Okay, our first exhibitor is going to be Alexis Peril, Exhibitor 5, Spring Mills FFA.
So we talked about how hot it was and what pigs do, to get rid of some of that excess heat. Over in the Bahamas, there's actually a whole island, Big Major K, where there are wild hogs that actually swim in the surf.
So that's
freely.
That's
you
real?
can swim.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can swim with
100%.
hogs.
I've seen the videos. I just didn't know if that was real or not.
Yes,
or if that was just
100%.
a one-time thing where they just
Nope.
put hogs.
Every year it is a normal pattern to see them out in the ocean.
Okay, our next exhibitor is Brady Collis, exhibitor 18, Valley Star.
And a first-year showman.
So there's a lot of black market
Yes,
hogs
a lot
this
of
year.
black market hogs this year.
I'll say, and Judy, this might be a you question. Do you see trends in different color patterns that are shown year to year? Not really.
Black and white, not really. There's been a lot of whites, a lot of blue butts, a lot of belted.
It's kind of spread out.
Yeah.
All right, our next exhibitor is Dakota Spinier, exhibitor number 43, Spring Mills FFA.
Hold on, I think we hit our first snag of the night of not having one.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
You said 4-3?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let me check one more time. We have been rolling straight through without any of those. Oh, there we go.
Found it?
Yep. Let's go there.
This should be her last year.
Yes, this is Dakota's last year.
And that's something that we would also announce live at all the shows as
Yes.
well.
Oh, nice.
You know, a lot of these exhibitors pour a whole lot of time and effort throughout the years into the fair, and you know that's one way that we make sure to highlight them is by announcing. You know, we want them to know that we appreciate them the first time in the show, and we want to make sure that they're even more loved and appreciated that last time throughout the show.
Okay, our next exhibitor will be Ella Collis, exhibitor 52, Valley Star.
And I know we've talked about sound of them. Piglets can actually learn their mother's voices and recognize their own single identifier marks within 2 weeks of being born. So they actually can sing to their young to kind of get them to nurse and get in that period of calling them in and out.
Well, that right there is smart. You're right. They are
And
smart.
we have noticed mothers that have actually counted their pigs to make sure they're not underneath of them before they lay down.
Oh, my.
We have had a pig do that it's actually looking like it's counting the pig, and they're talking to him the whole time.
All right, our next exhibitor is Ethan Tyson, exhibitor 5'8", from Arden.
And a lot of times you'll hear exhibitors whistle to them as well. Just to get their attention. So pigs alone have over 20 vocalizations that they make to communicate with other hogs in the area. So they use it to correspond with, you know, mates. They use it to say, you know, alarm, as well as sources of food. So, you know, there's a lot that goes into, you know, them thinking things out as well.
Okay, our next exhibitor is Felicity Hazlett, exhibitor 60, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
I like all these makeshift rings that a lot of these kids have done.
Ingenuity at its finest.
Yes.
Yeah, they've done a great
Most
job.
of them just a whole panel or just
Yeah.
something simple.
Done a great job.
All right, our next exhibitor is Stephanie Rickards, exhibitor number 139, Musselman FFA.
And this is Stephanie's last year also.
She got fancy, put the exhibitor number and everything in there.
Yes, she
Oh, yeah.
did.
Some of
That
their
up there.
abilities are far beyond some of the adults. I can
That's
promise you that.
awesome. That's great.
right? No.
Oh,
one more.
Yep, I see
We
that.
have Dylan Snyder is exhibitor number 190 at Spring Mills, and that should finish out the class.
And it wouldn't be a true show if I didn't have like a gruesome fact.
Oh no.
Oh Lord. So the term like pigs will eat anything, that also includes, there's a myth that they'll eat human bodies. And there's actually a documented case in Oregon from 2012 where a farmer had a heart attack in their hog pen. And the only way they were able to identify it was because of the dentures that they were able to find. I know. I gotta have one, Mary
Now,
Beth.
how long does it take them to do that?
It took them 18 minutes. At least that's what it said in the... I've read a whole article about it to make sure I had the fact right. And so within 18 minutes, they went looking for the farmer.
I guess you had to look.
You know what?
I've done a lot of
You know why I
research.
believe you that you're not just pulling my leg is because when I was trying to look up facts just to bring one tonight to be in the ring here, one of, like, you know how when you Google something and then all these questions drop down that you might want to know? One of the questions was, how fast does a hog eat a human? And I looked at it and I'm like, no, I don't want to know
see,
that.
I brought it to you tonight. You didn't even have to look it up.
I did not look at it. I thought that I can't look at that. And
you didn't have to.
I didn't have to.
There was a case.
You're welcome.
There was a case in Canada. The guy was doing that. They couldn't figure out. Well, the women in the neighborhood was missing.
No. I hope I don't have a nightmare tonight falling into
I
a
know,
pig
you've been
pen.
counting rabbits, counting sheep.
Now I'm going to fall into a pig
Tonight
pen.
you'll be counting. Should be counting pigs.
Oh no. Okay, well let's get to the announcements of the placing.
Let's see. First place in that class would be Dakota Spanier. Second place in the class is Ethan Tyson. Third place in the class is Ella Collis, exhibitor 52, Valley Star. That was third place. Fourth place, Alexis Perrell, exhibitor 5, Spring Mills FFA. Fifth place is Brady Collis, exhibitor 18, Valley Star. Sixth place is Stephanie Rickards, exhibitor 139, Musselman FFA. Place 7, exhibitor Felicity Hazlett, exhibitor number 60, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. And eighth place would be Dylan Snyder, exhibitor 190, Spring Mills FFA. And they all were blue ribbons.
Great job. Wow. Okay, moving right along. We are doing so well here. We've just finished Class 8 of the Market Hogs. We're ready to head into Class 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then the Grand Champion and Reserve Champion. But first, we're going to take a moment to hear from our sponsors and give you a chance to run and get some food and drinks and, I don't know, do some calisthenics, get up and down. I don't know. We're going to do that. I'm going to do that.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service funeral home proudly serving the area since 1880. Back with more of the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsini's.com. Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair 2020. This portion of the program brought to you by 15th District State Senator Patricia Rucker, who salutes all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back to our host of this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
Good evening, everyone. Night 3 of the virtual fair for the Berkeley County Youth Fair, and we are having a great time. We hope you are having a good time, and we are in the middle of our swine show. We have seen the breeding classes, and now we're in the middle of the market hogs. We are ready to dive into Class 9 market hogs, and we have 8 exhibitors we're about to see. Bobby?
Will be exhibitor 14, Bailey Reardon from Valley Star.
Go.
I'll say, and you can see it with that pig has its snout down to the ground. They actually used this to their advantage during wars, and soldiers took advantage of this because pigs could actually smell out mines in the ground. That's another historical swine fact for you.
So they would take them into the battlefield with them. I can't imagine. I've never seen a movie depict like
There
where
needs
you
to
see
be.
really where you'd see the
Fair is
soldiers
fair.
and then the pigs beside of them. Only horses in those movies.
All right, our next exhibitor is exhibitor 27, Carter Cameron, Valley Star.
So we talked about pigs being smart. Do you know, this is a joke. So what's the name of the smartest pig? Ein Swine.
Oh,
Are they getting better, Matt?
No, unfortunately they're not. I'm
where
just
you
going to
got
put it
them at?
right out there.
Oh my
They're
gosh.
It's always the simple ones.
Get it, Ein Swine?
Yeah.
Oh, we get it.
We get it, Mikey.
Okay, our next exhibitor, Cooper Knott, exhibitor 41, Scrambled Scramblers.
Look at that one.
Nice and shiny.
That makes me, when you think about when you said at the fair when they have to clean them up
Yes,
and they
they clean
spray
them.
them. So
They
this looks
spray
like they really did this fancy. And look at its snout. That's the first one I really saw. Maybe because it's clean like that, you can really see all the definition there. Does that help them when they're when the judges look at them? Does that matter to the judge?
Yes. Some things judges are looking at are their muscle, and the muscles bred into them. It's not something they get from just walking or anything like that. They look at bone. They look at structure, size of the chest cavity. They look at the size of the top, the back, the ham-loin junction.
Yeah. What about their hoof? Is that what you call it? Their feet. I saw something about that they actually look to see if they're straight. And what is that?
They see how freely the animal moves and walks. It'll they're kind of prance. They stay within their skeleton.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, our next exhibitor will be Shasta Haller, exhibitor 135, Hedgesville.
I don't know if we've seen one that color tonight.
And a lot of people make the comment that pigs look prehistoric. There is a prehistoric predecessor called Intelodonts.
I saw that today.
The difference is they didn't stand the 2-3 foot off the ground. They were almost 7 foot tall. So they were called Terminator pigs, and they weighed over 1,000 pounds each.
Unbelievable.
Apex predator, like a whole 9 yards, completely different than what we think of today's market hogs.
Wow.
Okay, our next exhibitor, exhibitor 141, Travis Weller, Spring Mills FFA.
And see, I set that up to tell you another joke because I know this exhibitor's mom will appreciate it.
Okay.
This one's for Nikki, if anybody else is out there listening. So, what do you call... Oh, I got two really good ones for this one.
Let's just stick with one right now, Mikey.
What do you call a prehistoric pig?
Go ahead, Mikey.
Jurassic pork.
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't have gotten that.
I thought that was better than the last one.
Okay, Mikey. Okay.
Oh, boy.
That one was better.
Yeah, our next exhibitor is Clayton Canby, exhibitor 188, Tomahawk. I already heard that one, but that's why I didn't answer.
I thought it was creative. I will say, and we talked about the hair on them. Smaller frame pigs, and you've seen the term micro pigs. A lot of people get them and relatively to get away from dogs because people with allergies can actually tolerate the pig hair more than they can animal fur. So some are considered hypoallergenic because they don't shed.
I have seen that become increasingly
And that's why.
popular is pigs for pets.
Okay, our next exhibitor is Joseph Lynch, exhibitor 198, Musselman FFA.
And I know, Mary Beth, you talked about how they're walking in the stance.
Uh-huh.
Each foot actually has four kind of individual toes on each one of them, but they
Okay.
actually only walk on the front two.
On the front too.
And that kind of you can see it in all of them, how they kick them up and kind of have that front forward motion.
Okay, our next exhibitor is Caitlin Fox, exhibitor 199 from Tomahawk. That was the last one in the class.
That looks like a Hereford.
That's what I was just going to say.
You don't have any fun facts about Hereford?
I can't even. I didn't know it was red until I looked over on the screen.
Yeah, I had to look.
From where I'm sitting, it still looks like it's darker.
It's darker red.
Maybe it's too dark for a Hereford.
Okay, well, there's another class in and out, and we've seen them, and we're, I guess, ready to hear how they did and how they placed.
Okay, we'll go with the number 1 in that class will be Cooper Knott, exhibitor 41 from Scrabble Scramblers.
And isn't that the one that I said looked so
It
shiny
is.
and
You're
presentable?
getting an eye for it, Mary Beth. You're getting an eye.
Yep.
They're going to be calling me up to judge.
All right, second place in the class is Travis Weller, exhibitor 141, Spring Mills FFA.
My joke brought him good success.
Third place in the class is Carter Cameron, exhibitor 27, Valley Star. Fourth place in the class is Joseph Lynch, exhibitor number 198, Mossman FFA. Fifth place in the class is Bailey Reardon, exhibitor number 14, Valley Star. Sixth place in the class is Shasta Holler, exhibitor 135, Hedgesville FFA. Seventh place in the class is Clayton Canby, exhibitor 188, Tomahawk. And eighth place in the class is Caitlin Fox, exhibitor number 199 from Tomahawk. And they all were blue ribbon pigs.
Very nice. Great job to that class of market hogs. And remember, folks, that the top person in all these classes are going to be coming back to compete for the big title of Grand Champion and Reserve. So we will be seeing some of these market hogs later in the live show here. So we are doing great here. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? How are you out there at home? Have you send us a wave, send us a post on Facebook. Let us know you're out there and still watching with us. Tune in with us again tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got the beef show. We have poultry. We have the auction, and I'm trying to think of what else we have. It's going to be a big night. Probably some indoor exhibits for you as well. And that's all I can remember at this point. But hey, it's going to be a great lineup, and we still have a lot more this evening for you. So come back after the break, and we will dive into class 10, 11, and 12 before we hear who the big winners are of the night.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Orsini. Stop by their new location on Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9, just outside of Martinsburg. Stop by. PJ and the boys will hook you up with whatever you are in need of in terms of home appliance and more. Back with more from the Youth Fair after this.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. Getting ready to go to Class 10. We are now in double digits in regards to class number 10 of 12. So just a few more to go before we get to the Market Hog Grand Champion and the Reserve Champion, the biggest awards that we will give out tonight, or at least announce tonight. We're not giving them out, but the biggest ones we will announce tonight. Before I send it back to our panel and host Mary Beth Blair, I want to remind you this portion of the fair brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. Now over to our host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. And we are having a great time in the studio tonight as we are going through the Swine Show of 2020, and it has not disappointed at all. I heard a lot of hype going into this day and what it would be like, and it has been very entertaining and very educational. I'm very impressed with all of the exhibitors and all that they've accomplished, and just, you know, they've been thrown a curveball, as a lot of us have this year in 2020, but I'm so impressed with their ability to change gears and to go in and make these videos and still present their animals in a way that could be judged and that they could compete. And speaking of competition, I've heard a lot of the fair board members and chairpersons say that the exhibitors get pretty competitive when they get in the ring, and you can just feel the tension between them and as they vie for those coveted first places and grand and reserves. But then as soon as they leave the ring, they're all one big family. So I'm sure they're all out there in the community watching throughout the week and celebrating this Youth Fair week that is not normal, but hopefully the only virtual. We say the first ever, but we say hopefully the only ever.
Hopefully first and only.
First and only virtual fair. But we're making the best of it here at TV10, bringing you all things Youth Fair all week, hopefully giving you a different but still good Youth Fair week experience. And we are ready to continue on our Market Hog show. We have Class 10 with 8 exhibitors ready for you. We're ready to cue those up, and Bobby, the chair of the Swine Show, is going to introduce each for us. Go, Bobby.
Okay. Our first one in the class will be Allison Hagen, Exhibitor number 6, Musselman FFA.
So we talk about, the prevalence of swine in Chinese culture. The pig is actually the last of 12 of animals on the Chinese zodiac, and it represents fortune, honesty, happiness, and virility.
Really?
Yeah. You can actually see it on your little menu a lot of times when you go to Chinese restaurants.
Yeah.
Pig will always be at the end of their Chinese calendar.
Good one. Good one. I'll think of you the next time I order at a restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, and I get to the end of there and I see that, I'm going to remember this day.
You're welcome.
Our next exhibitor is Allison Walker, Exhibitor 7, Musselman FFA.
And as we go higher in classes, you're also seeing the pigs get a little bit heavier. But none of them hold up to the actual world record holder. Big Bill actually held the record for biggest pig, and it was in 1933. And according to that, he weighed 2,552 pounds and had a height of 5 feet.
Okay.
A length.
2,000 plus. And then what do these hogs weigh that we're looking at right now? Just a couple hundred?
250.
Can you imagine?
Could that thing move?
Honestly, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I'd have to see a picture of it.
5 feet high by 9 feet long.
And what type of pig could grow that large?
It was a Poland.
Okay.
So, and you've seen...
that means a lot to me. It was a Poland, Matt.
They don't really get that.
All right,
that big.
Name real quick before we get to the next one. What is the what was the name, Mikey?
We're fact checking you.
Big Bill in what year?
1933.
1933. Wow. Okay, yeah, that is that's a large pig.
See, I'm doing my homework.
That is a large pig. I'll try to pull up a picture before we get out of this.
Okay.
Before we get out of this, but as we go to the next video, I'll
Never
try
doubt
to get
my
that
facts.
All right. Our next one in the class is Christopher Sensendiver, Exhibitor number 32 from Musselman FFA.
So when we talk about how big they get and how large of a number it is, in Denmark there's actually twice as many pigs as there are people.
And why? Why is that? Why does Denmark have so many?
I don't know why Denmark in
it
particular.
ain't back to that thing of pig eating.
No. I think this has to do with the consumption of pork. Just for the number of pork products that they actually not only consume inside the country but also export.
Got it. Makes sense. Still seems strange to have pigs outweigh
all
humans.
Of my facts are strange. Let's
be
honest.
They are.
All right, our next exhibitor is David Connor, Exhibitor number 44, Hedgesville New Adventures.
Mary Beth, you're not going to believe the size of this pig when I show you this.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. And I haven't even seen it.
All right, we'll move here to our next exhibitor, Madeline Knight, Exhibitor 110, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
And this is Madeline's first year showing.
Oh, doing a great job. I can only imagine what it's like the first day of the fair when all these animals show up. Is it craziness?
It's pretty hectic. No, last year it actually went. It just depends. It can be.
Do you
that
have
way,
scheduled time slots like the hogs show up at this time, the cows show up at this time? Nope.
You know that term, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? There's your answer, Mary Beth.
Yes.
No, everything comes in between like what 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock,
11,
something like that, and we shoot them different ways. So like the cows go one way, the pigs come up another way, and the goats and the lambs come up another way. And actually last year went pretty smooth.
Wow. Well, after 72
yes,
years,
yeah.
you
We finally
figured it
got
out.
Yes.
Finally got it right.
So fun.
That wasn't your idea.
Our next exhibitor is Madison Bear, Exhibitor number 112, Musselman FFA.
I was saying a lot of these you can see water buckets or self-water or something to that effect. One of the things that pigs are known for is their intake of water. So they drink upwards of 14 gallons of water a day.
That's a lot of water.
So not only, because of that thirst to keep everything, but also to regulate kind of their internal body heat.
Our next exhibitor in the class is Christopher Daniel, exhibitor number 186, Mount Airy Winners.
And this is Christopher Daniels last year. He's aging out.
What's the average age, I guess, of exhibitors when they start, or maybe an average age of, when they start? When do you see them start exhibiting? What's the youngest they can exhibit?
Youngest they can exhibit is 9.
9.
There are some 8-year-olds just depending on the birthday, and the oldest they are 21.
21. Okay.
And it's hard to say when their first year is. For example, we just saw Madeline. This is her first year. Yesterday in the sheep show, we saw Brian Long, for example. He's on the other end of that spectrum. He is starting his show career with very few years left.
Oh.
So it's just, when they get hooked is when they get hooked.
Got it.
And Brian got hooked on dairy. So it's like everyone finds their niche and everyone finds their calling. It just depends.
Okay, our next exhibitor is Leland Strollings, exhibitor 201, Valley Star.
And first year exhibitor.
First year member. So you wouldn't believe this, Mary Beth, but Leland is quite the little spitfire. She's also on our shooting sports team. And she can outdo a lot of the boys.
Oh, yeah? Look at her go.
I say Casey will text me here in a little bit.
She is walking that pig.
Yes. Doing very well.
Yes.
Great work.
And that was the last one in that class.
Okay. 8 people vying for the place 1, 2, and 3, and blue ribbons. Let's hear how they did.
Okay, we'll start off here. First place would be Christopher Daniel. Let's see, exhibitor 186, Mount Airy Winners. Second place is Allison Walker, exhibitor 7, Musselman FFA. Third place is Madeline Knight, exhibitor 110, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Fourth place is Leland Strollings, exhibitor 201, Valley Star. Fifth place, Madison Bear, exhibitor 112, Musselman FFA. And sixth place is Christopher Sensendiver, exhibitor 32, Musselman FFA. Seventh place is Allison Hagan, exhibitor 6, Musselman FFA. And eighth place is David Connor, exhibitor 44, Hedgesville New Adventures. And all the pigs were blue ribbon pigs.
Wow, great job. Great job to that class of market hogs. That was class 10. 2 more to go. 2 more. And I just saw on Facebook that we were tagged by Connie Emmerich. She said, Ryan made us some fair food for dinner, ribbon fries and homemade corn dogs. Don't they look good?
Connie, you just need to
See
bring
that?
them to
Can
me.
you see that? Wait, let's get that in the camera.
You bring some to Mikey.
There we go. Yes. Good. All right. Well, there you have it. Another class in the books. Oh,
you got to see Big Bill.
Okay,
Or
Big
Billy or
Bill.
whatever it is.
All right, let's see Big Bill.
And you thought I was making this up.
I did. Oh my goodness gracious, that looks like a bowl. Now, what's beside of it?
It looks like a horse.
I know.
Like
Wait.
it's not obviously a full-size
It
horse.
looks like a
but-
miniature horse.
Yeah.
I think it's a mini horse.
Okay, because if that's the case, then who is this gentleman who is so tall?
The 27-foot tall man.
Yeah.
No, I think it is Big Bill next to a mini that is perched beside him.
You can still see. I mean, that guy doesn't look like a short guy next to him.
Yeah, I was going to say, his legs are long.
Yeah, and his hand is about even with his chest.
Interesting. So that might be an example of a pig that was allowed to eat whenever it wanted.
Indiscriminate feeding.
Yes. Goodness gracious. Well, you never know what you never know what you're going to learn. We could not have planned out this week and how it has evolved and what we have learned. I would have never in a million years expected to learn what we have learned, Matt. And it has been a pleasure. It's been fun. And I'm looking forward to continuing it as we come back here in a few minutes. We have Class 11, taking another break after that for Class 12. And then we will have the drum roll come out because the big awards are just around the corner with Grand and Reserve champions. So stay tuned. And no, we don't have I don't have People's Choice for last night yet. I've not received those names yet. So stay with us. I promise I'll get those for you. I don't know why it's taken so long to count those ballots, but it is. So just be patient, and we will announce those winners soon. I promise. We'll be right back with you in a few.
This portion of the Youth Fair was brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them at skinnerfirm.com. Back with more of the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
River Riders is an outdoor resort. We have over 60,000 visitors a year. The state of West Virginia and the Jefferson County Convention and Visitors Bureau have been pivotal in helping our business grow. The future for River Riders is really bright. We have unlimited opportunity for growth here with our close proximity to the DC metro area. We'd like to invite you to come to Harpers Ferry and enjoy the many outdoor amenities we have to offer here at River Riders.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back to our host as we get into Class 11 of the Market Hogs. That's 11 out of 12. It's only 2 more classes to go and then we will have the big awards for the evening. Back to our host for tonight's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us all night long for this show. Definitely been our largest show and longest show so far in the virtual fair. If you are just joining us for the first time and you've not seen any of the other shows, let me give a plug for what we've already done this week. On Sunday, we had the dog show and what was on Sunday? Dog and goats.
Yep.
And then on last night, Monday, we had sheep and rabbits. And we've also seen several different segments of the indoor exhibits. So if you missed any of that, the Sunday or the Monday show, they're archived on the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org. So, hey, go and take a look at those. And if you missed any of tonight's show at this point, you're just joining us and you're like, I wish I'd seen Class 1 or Class 2. No problem. You can actually watch us all day long. Our show will repeat. Tonight's show will repeat during the day. And as I said, it will be archived as well. So
it is impossible to miss anything that we've done.
We wanted to make sure that this week was all about Berkeley County Youth Fair at TV10. And I think we have definitely accomplished that. In fact, I'll be on the radio show in the morning with Dave and Rob and at 9:08. And our guest tomorrow is, I believe it's McKenna. Is that correct? Is it McKenna? I'll have to look and see. I know it was, I'll find that out. I have it in my notebook here of a bunch of things, all things Youth Fair. But I know everyone out there watching is really excited for the final two classes and really getting excited to hear who's going to make it into the final round and take away that big top award. So Class 11 Market Hogs, we have 7 exhibitors, and we are ready to show those to you.
All right, our first exhibitor would be Alea Puffenberger, Exhibitor 4, Valley Star.
And she's a first-year exhibitor. Correct?
Mm-hmm. I'll say, I know we've joked that this is a sport in itself, but if you guys heard the term like throw a pigskin for football?
Oh, yeah.
I hate to tell you, but that's another myth. The NFL actually uses cowhide footballs for their games.
I did.
Seriously?
I actually knew
did
that.
You know that?
I did.
So, and originally they did.
They used to use.
They did, and that was just because of hogs have one of the toughest hides, which is kind of funny because they actually have some of the most sensitive skin to temperature and sunlight.
Huh.
So an injury as well.
So where did they get that? Why are there so many myths about pigs?
Right? Get angry, Mary Beth. Get angry.
I'm telling you what. They are getting a bad rap.
All right, our next exhibitor is Ben LePole, exhibitor number 16, Blue Ridge Helping Hands.
I'm saying this is Ben's first year with Market Hogs.
Oh, wow. And what did he show before this?
So his family does a lot of indoor exhibits as well.
Okay.
And last year was actually his sister Carly's first year with a dog, so we saw her the other night as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our next exhibitor is Elena Funkhauser, exhibitor number 51, Blue Ridge Helping Hands. There goes a runner.
Oh my goodness, there it is, our first runner.
I'll say there's always got to be one.
Mm-hmm.
That's cracking me up.
Hey, it's moving very well.
It is.
It is.
Until it runs.
That's what you like to see.
It ran away.
Good job, April videotaping.
Yes. Okay, our next exhibitor is Jacob Phoebus, exhibitor number 76, Hedgesville New Adventures.
So I know we've talked about owning pigs as pets, but the San Francisco International Airport actually hired the nation's first airport therapy pig. So her name was Lilu, and she's been known to don a few different costumes and help travelers calm down before they board their flights. And that has to do with them being hypoallergenic as well.
All right, our next exhibitor is Jacob Reiner, exhibitor number 77, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
First year exhibitor.
I know a lot of these don't actually have a whole lot of hair, but there is a breed called a Mangalista, and it actually has wool, so it resembles a little bit more of a sheep than it does any pig.
Interesting.
Our next exhibitor is Jordan Kendig, exhibitor number 84, Scrabble Scramblers. And our last exhibitor in that class is Corral Puffenberger. Exhibitor's numbers 99, Valley Star.
I have to say, I'm all about the outfit and presentation. That's just who I am. That's how I see things. And I just love it when they have their cowboy boots on. My husband asked me before I left tonight when I was getting dressed, he goes, "Where's your cowboy boots? Why haven't you worn them?" I'm like, well, they can't see my feet at the studio, so I'm wearing comfy shoes. But I love to see them all dressed in that attire. I know it's part of what they have to do, but when I see him smack them, I would just feel so sad for the pig.
And again, they have some of the toughest skin of all animals. So that's something to keep in mind, what looks that it's good, hard to looking at.
It's probably more like a love tap to the pig, right?
It's like might be pushing a little bit of buttons. It's more of a, just to be a pain in the neck than it is to really hurt anything of that
good.
nature.
Thank you for assuring me.
Absolutely.
No animal cruelty taking place. I feel better about that. So that is our class of 7, class 11?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, let's hear how they did, Bobby and Judy.
All right, let's see. First in the class is Jacob Phoebus, number 76, Hedgesville New Adventures.
Keep me moving.
Second in the class is Ben LaPoule, exhibitor number 16, Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Third place is Jordan Kendig, exhibitor number 84, Scrabble Scramblers. Fourth place is Alina Funkhauser, exhibitor 551, Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Fifth place is Jacob Reiner, exhibitor number 77, Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Sixth place in the class is Alea Puffenberger, exhibitor number 4, Valley Star. And seventh in the class is Kirill Puffenberger, exhibitor 99, Valley Star. And they all were blue ribbons. Blue ribbons.
Blue ribbon winners.
Blue
ribbons. Awesome job, class 11. One more class to go before the big awards. We will be right back with class 12 Market Hogs. There are how many in that group, guys? 7. So 7 more hogs to go. And then we'll be ready to announce the big winners of the night. Great job so far, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us and enjoying this fair. It may be different this year, but nonetheless, we're having a blast. And I hope that you're learning a lot, that you are leaning in and engaging. And we are hoping that you'll just stick with us the rest of the week, not to mention the rest of the night. So come back in a few minutes and we'll have class 12.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department, located at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-5131 or visit them online at bchealthdept.org. Back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 as we are inching closer to the 8 o'clock mark, 7:58 here in the TV10 studios. Going till right around 10 o'clock tonight. A scheduling reminder, if you miss the events live tonight and you want to go back and see them, they are always archived on our YouTube channel. That's WRNR TV on YouTube. And this will be re-aired tomorrow during the late morning, early afternoon, leading right up to our coverage starting tomorrow at 4, and it will start right after Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave at 10 o'clock. We're at 9 tomorrow. You can hear Mary Beth and
Yes.
McKenna, correct?
McKenna, yes. We will be on there to talk about, all kinds
I'm
of...
guessing fair stuff.
Yeah, fair stuff, yeah. Just you have to tune in to find out what we're going to talk about.
This portion of the fair is brought to you by West Virginia Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success they deserve. Back to our host for this week, Mary Beth Blair.
So we've been talking a lot about myths tonight, and we've busted a lot of myths about hogs. But you know the saying, maybe it's not a myth, but there is a saying. Here we go. But time flies when you're having fun. I have never worked in a situation for 6 hours where I've sat in one place for 6 hours that I've had so much fun, and it's gone so fast. So that is one thing that I can say is true. Time does fly when you're having fun. We are having so much fun with this virtual fair, and again, it's just such a pleasure and honor to be a part of something so historic, but also one time only. So one and done, the virtual fair, because next year, 2021, is going to be bigger and better than ever. I'm predicting it. I'm believing it. And we're just making the best of this year. And speaking of the best, we are about to find out who they are. But first, we have Class 12 of the Market Hogs before we find out who our grand champion and reserve champion are. Bobby, let us know who, or introduce us, please, to Class 12. There's 7 Market Hogs in this class.
Okay, our first exhibitor will be Andrew Milborn, exhibitor number 10, Arden.
So here's kind of a random fact. In 1977, Pink Floyd...
Nothing is random with you.
I would say this is a really random. Pink Floyd actually had a giant inflatable pig that they took to a station as a publicity stunt. It actually got loose and flew over the Heathrow airport, and they had to ground all of the planes to avoid any collisions with the giant inflatable pig.
Okay, now that is truly what I call a fun fact.
See?
That's like there's historical facts and then there's fun ones.
I'm
That's
mixing
fun.
them up.
Yeah, I like that one. That's good. Awesome.
Okay, our next exhibitor is Claire Cameron, exhibitor number 33, Valley Star.
Oh my gosh, seriously, when I look, her pig is so unique. That angle of it really looked almost like a dog to me, like the face and I don't know if it's the coloring, but they really do. The more I see them, the more they do just really look like pets. And I think I'm starting to really think that they're adorable. See, it took me to Class 12 to say it.
How many you want to take home?
No, I don't have room for
Julie
like
Linton engage. That's all I got to say. Julie and Linton engage.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, our next exhibitor. Connor Greenberg, exhibitor number 40, Hedgesville FFA.
I'm saying here's another random fun one.
Okay.
March 1st is actually National Pig Day.
National Pig Day. So on
So
that
put
day,
that on your calendars.
I'll make sure I eat pig for breakfast, lunch, and
Exactly.
dinner. Okay. And I'll remember this day next year on March 1st. The day I learned so many facts about pigs that my life will never be the same.
All right, our next exhibitor is Emily Saja, exhibitor number 53, Valley Star.
I would say I could have brought the same facts of the gestation period. It's 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days. 333.
That is it?
So I think you could ask any trivia team.
Yeah.
Shout out to Riley Brown. They're having a watch party.
Oh, yeah.
And I guarantee you all of those kids, Jenna, Andrew, Jameson, the whole crew.
If you had asked that, they could have.
They would know that on the spot.
Okay, what you need to do is we need to have a question for that group and see if they can answer it. And I don't know. I'll put the phone right up there and show them on the TV. I don't know. We'll do something.
My phone is about to flood with.
Yes.
It's hard to tell.
Get a really good question.
All right, next exhibitor, Emma Lohr, exhibitor number 56, Mount Airy Winners. There's another one out in the field.
There you go, Mikey.
All right, our next exhibitor is Jonathan Zaja, exhibitor number 83, Valley Star.
I know we've already bypassed the breeding portion of the show, but you have to imagine these piglets go from average pounds of 3.5 at birth. And what a lot of people don't know is they're very quick gaining, so they actually double their weight within a week. So they average about 2 to 3 pounds of feed as their conversion for a pound of meat.
Now, is that feed expensive? I mean, am I looking at this?
Yes, it can be.
Yeah?
Yes, it can be.
Because if they're eating that much, that's a lot.
We actually make our own feed.
Okay.
So, but Yeah,
That helps,
you give,
I'm sure.
You give for however many pigs there are, you
Mhm.
do a pound, and then
Okay.
the mother, you give 4 pounds.
Okay.
So if they have 11 piglets, that's 11 pounds,
Okay.
and then 4 pounds for the mother.
Wow. Now,
What, how many pounds?
I've been around some farms in my lifetime, and I want to hear your best call for the pigs when it's time for dinner.
That's Bobby's forte.
Yes. Yes.
So
No.
as the extension agent, I
Actually-
don't know the language, but Bobby does. I've heard it a couple times.
All right, all
think I
right.
have.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I don't think I have. We did have a competition though.
You
apparently.
did pig
With
calling.
exhibitors.
That was last year.
Was it last year?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. but I
We
don't
actually
think
had
we
thought
won.
about doing a TikTok contest for pig calling. We thought that would have been really fun, and we
Yes.
didn't
Did
get
do that
around
last year.
They did. That's so
Yes.
fun. Oh my goodness. All right, back to the
Okay,
show.
our last one in the class is Nicholas.
This is our last hog
Yes.
of this. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it is. Nicholas Guzman, exhibitor number 118, Musselman FFA.
All right, great job. And there you have it, class 12. We've seen all the pigs, all the hogs, pigs, whatever we're going to call them. They are all, we've seen them all. And now we're going to hear the placings and ribbons. This will tell us who is the last person to enter the champion drive.
Look at you go.
She's learning.
On a
Night
roll.
3.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, first place in that class is Chase Haynes, exhibitor number 29, Spring Mills FFA.
Congratulations.
That's right. No, that's not right.
I was going to say, I don't see a Chase
What'd you
Haynes
do?
in here.
No.
Oh.
I don't know what happened.
Well, at least it wasn't someone in the class. So
Wrong
that's
page.
okay.
Wrong page.
If you're gonna
Wrong
have
page.
if you're gonna have a mistake, it's okay.
They need to put all this stuff on one page.
Okay.
All right. Our first place winner in that class is not that one either.
It's a
This
good
one,
thing this
Bobby,
is
right
class
here.
12.
No, that's not all of it. That's only 5.
It's right here.
There's
Number
the other
first.
2. You'd miss my paper.
You can dress them up. You can't take them out.
Nope.
No.
I told you this is the first time I've done it.
It's still on this page. First person.
No, the first person. Yes. Okay. First in the class, Connor Greenberg. Exhibitor number 4E, Hedgesville FFA. Second place in the class is Claire Cameron, exhibitor 33, Valley Star. Third place in the class is Emma Lohr, exhibitor number 56, Mount Airy Winners. Fourth one in the class is Nicholas Guzman, exhibitor number 118, Musselman FFA. Fifth place in the class is Jonathan Zaja, exhibitor 83, Valley Star. And I know I didn't say his name right.
Kaja.
Huh?
Kaja.
Yeah. Exhibitor, let's see, 6th place. Exhibitor Emily Zaja. Exhibitor 53, Valley Star. And exhibitor 7, or place 7 in that class is Andrew Milbourne. Exhibitor 10, Arden.
Now everybody's sitting on the edge of their seats.
Are they? Oh, my
yes.
goodness. Sorry, I was looking
I think
at.
we ought to wait till the 10 o'clock hour and do it.
Okay, let's just hang on. We'll just make you wait till 10 o'clock. Just
How many
kidding.
phone calls you get, Mikey?
Just
I'll say, I haven't-
kidding. Just kidding. But
just
we
gonna
are going to
lay it
make
down.
you wait until after the break. So we're going to take you into one more commercial break before the big announcement. So hang in there. It's almost time. Matt, take us out.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Berkeley Medical Center right here in Martinsburg, Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. We'll be back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10, and it is about to be the moment of the evening that everybody has been waiting for. You okay over there, Mary Beth?
Yes, I am.
Eyes drying out a little bit?
Yes, I just put some refresher drops in my eyes, and which would make one think I'm choked up because we're getting ready to end the hog show, which I am sad, actually. This has been fun, and I'm sad it's going to be over.
This portion of the fair brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Now back over to Mary Beth as we get the biggest portion of the evening.
That's right,
started.
The big announcement. So you cue up that drum roll is all I got to say for you, Matt.
It's there.
Okay.
I loaded up early today.
And also, before we announce the judges' decisions, are we going to do the reasonings before or after? Because they may spill the beans if we do it before.
This judge does not, but we can do it after.
Yeah,
we can announce the champion.
I wouldn't want to take any chances.
Okay.
I think it sounds better for the first time to hear it from you guys. So let's do that, and then we'll hear why they chose them.
We're going to do all the class winners first.
Yes, exactly. That's fine. And just remember, no matter who wins by the judges' standards, you can choose the people's choice. So that is available to you on the website. So make sure you vote for your favorite hog of the night on the website by 11:59 tonight. So here we go.
Okay, from Class 1, our winner is Exhibitor 120, Paige Knott.
Okay, she's in the ring for Grand Champion.
Okay, from Class 2, our winner is number 48, Ilana Cameron.
There we go. So we're going to have 12, right?
Yes.
This is the second one. Great.
And from Class 3, our winner was number 17, Blake Puffenberger.
Okay.
From Class 4, our winner was number 121, Parker Custer. Class 5 winner, exhibitor number 55, Emily Hudson. Our Class 6 winner, exhibitor 138, Miss Sierra Knight. Market Class 7 winner, number 29, Chase Haynes. Market Class number 8, number 43, Dakota Spoonire. Market Class 9, our winner was number 41, Cooper Knott. Our Class 10 winner was number 186, Christopher Daniel. Our Class 11 winner was number 76, Jacob Phoebus. And our Class 12 winner was number 40, Connor Greenberg.
All right. Well, we're going to hear a drum roll.
So
I'm
do
going to
we
see
want
how
to
good
do
I
the
am.
awards first this time? Keep them in suspense? Or do we want to go ahead and tell them?
Or do you want to do the reasonings for the first placements?
Yes, you can do that. You've
You
got that
it.
sheet.
I ain't got them. You got it. You took it from me. Yes, you did. There's that.
Okay, so right now we have 12 that are vying for Grand Champion. Is that correct? We have 12.
Here they are.
Okay. We have this. We have some reasons for the class winners.
Okay.
From the judge, and I'll have to read them out to you. Okay, Class 1 was
That was Paige Knott.
Paige Knott. He said bold, wide, pliable, and dimensional. Would like to relax spine and lengthen the hip. Okay, Class 2.
Was Ilana Cameron, number 48.
Okay. Heavy boned, sound, attractive. Would like to give more rib and body.
Class 3, number 17, was Blake Puffenberger.
And he said flexible, heavy boned, level, needs more width and depth.
Class 4, 121, Parker Custer.
Nice design, balanced, needs more muscle.
Class 5 winner, 55, Emily Hudson.
Stout, muscular, shapely, needs more look and freshness.
Class 6 was 138, Sierra Knight.
Good shape, body, and freshness. Balanced, needs bigger feet, and tends to pull hind legs up underneath himself.
Okay, Class 7, number 29, Chase Haynes.
It's great muscle, shape, and power. Gets a bit coarser and rounder in design.
Okay, Class 6, Dakota Spoonire, number 43.
No, we're on Class 8.
Oh, Class 8, sorry.
Who's Class 8? Oh, okay.
Dakota.
Yeah. Shapely, muscular,
wrong class.
good design, needs more rib and softness.
Class 9, number 41, Cooper Knott.
Sound, square, stout, balanced. A good one.
Okay, Class 10 was 186, Christopher Daniel.
Up-headed, attractive, muscular, fresh, good-bodied, needs more forerib, and could hook up stronger behind shoulder. Could flex hock a tick better.
Okay, Class 11, number 76, Jacob Phoebus.
Big, centered, powerful, and wide. Needs a tie, neck, higher out of shoulder, and needs to lengthen hip, raise tail set.
Okay, and Class 12 winner was number 40, Connor Greenberg.
Wide, powerful, good hind leg, stellar about neck and crest. Need to be taller shouldered. And that was from the judge, Hayden Wilder, from Indiana.
All right.
Okay, you are announced. You're the.
Did I get the announced what?
Yeah.
Okay, are we going?
Grand champion market.
All right, hold on here. Sound effects, please. All right.
Okay, our grand champion.
Oh, there we go. I was like, he's not on the air.
Okay, our grand champion for this year Market Hog show is Cooper Knott.
Exhibitor 41 from Class 9.
And our reserve.
No, you got to bring the class winner.
Yep, I got to bring.
Bring Travis Weller.
Travis Weller back in for the reserve.
Okay, so now Travis, because he was second in his class number 9,
yes.
He gets to come back in and be a part of being the class for reserve. Okay, well, let's see. Are we ready for the reserve?
Yes.
Okay.
Reserve is Christopher Daniel.
And what class was he?
He would come out of class 10.
All righty. There you have it, folks.
And let's do our awards for this.
Yes.
Grand Champion Market Hog receives $25 from Angel Face Farm, Guy Cole, a banner from the from the barn at Mahogany Hill, a trophy from Nicholas Aberig, AXA advisor, and a jacket sponsored by Diamond S Farm Show Pigs. And the reserve will receive $10 from Angel Face Farm, Guy Cole, and a banner from Keith and Dawn Pingley and family.
Aww.
A trophy from Liam Cash Miller, and a jacket sponsored by Panhandle Pre-Owned Auto Sales.
Awesome. What a great group of sponsors. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So that does it for the 2020 Swine Show for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What a great evening it's been, and congratulations to all the winners. And we're very proud of you. Everyone is a winner, honestly, but there's always some that shine, and the judge sees some things that maybe others don't.
Mary Beth, you saw it though. That was one of the ones you called out. That one of the
okay.
you called out and went, hey.
I showed Mikey. I had to show him because I'm proud of myself. Like, when I saw the top ones, I picked out my favorite, and I mean, I'm not picking out for the reasons probably the judge does, but I was listening and trying to observe, and so I thought, well, I'm going to try to pick what I think would be the right one, and that was before any of his comments.
Yes, you picked it.
And I did, and I wrote 3 numbers down that I thought were the top out of the top ones that you said. Sorry, I almost dropped my water. I'm so excited that I did something. And then I underlined my favorite one, and I got it right.
Now, we do have recorded reasons for granted.
Okay, let's hear them. Let's see what I knew what I was picking.
Well, good evening. It was a real pleasure to have the opportunity to judge this particular event. Would have loved to have been out there in person, made the trip east, but virtual was fun still too, and had good quality there in the breeding show a few days ago. Numbers weren't as big. This market show, we had a really good numbers. We had about 100 head entered, and I thought a lot of quality, and you could tell that the exhibitors have put in a lot of work there at home this summer while they've been getting ready for things. So in regards to your champion and reserve champion market hogs, I thought a very good show. We had 12 classes, and I thought there was 12 class winners that all came in contention, had some things we liked. I did think there was 2 hogs that stood out, though, pretty good, and I thought one in particular for our champion. And our grand champion market hog is the winner out of class 9. It's a barrow, a crossbred barrow with the ID number 038093. I thought that hog was fresh. I thought he was heavy boned. He was very flexible and square and true to the ground as he got out and drove. He had just the right amount of muscle. He was very balanced. I thought just a real high quality barrow there to win this particular show. Our reserve grand for this market show then is going to be the class winner from class number 10. That's a crossbred gilt, and the number for that one is FC0DAD. And there was a nice pair in this class, a close pair, I thought, between the second and the first. The second place was 37465. And I thought in that class the gilt was just a little bit better in her forerib and her center body than the barrow, and that's why she edged him out in that class. I really like that gilt's look and presence. I think she's got a lot of quality. I didn't think she was quite as heavy boned or quite as powerful as what that barrow was we used as champion, but I thought still very deserving to be reserved. So again, our champion barrow, our champion market hog is the class 9 winner, 038093. That's a crossbred barrow. And our reserve grade champion market hog is the class 10 winner. That's a crossbred gilt number FC0DAD. Thank you for the opportunity, guys. Keep working hard. Hopefully sooner than later you'll get the chance to get back in the ring live. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Well, there you have it. The judges' reasonings for their grand and reserve champions for the market hogs. And just a reminder, the livestock auction opens tomorrow, so get your bids in, get them in early. I don't even know how that works, but just go online, and I'm going to have to learn. I just might have to bid this year. My company, Kisner Communications, I'm just going to put it out there. I'm going to buy a market animal this year. It's going to be my first year. I've never done that. I'm telling everyone else to do it, Matt, so I need help, though. Y'all got to help me do this, and we're going to walk through it. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow on air when we have the experts in here. They can teach me how to sign my company up to buy a market animal. I'm looking forward to that tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to the beef show tomorrow. But before we can see all of that, we have a special guest coming in the studio after this break. We have Ray Owen, who has been a multiple-time performer at the Youth Fair, who is in the studio and is going to join us for a short segment for a half an hour before we bring Mikey back for an hour of indoor exhibits. So, yep, a whole hour of Mikey and the indoor exhibits. You heard it right. We knew how to keep you on the couch a little bit longer by bringing him back in tonight. So I think that's all we have. Thank you so much to the chair of the Swine Show, Bobby Miller. Really appreciate it. Did a great job. You didn't act, I couldn't tell it was your first time doing something like this. He says he's always behind the scenes. I don't believe it. You did a great job. I mean, I believe you were behind the scenes. I can believe that.
I gotta love her. She does all the paperwork. I mean, it's. Aww. She's back and forth with Judy and everybody else, and I'm just kind of like in the middle.
Well, that was quite a show to have to organize. Such a big show, and
it is, and it's a big show when it's at the fairgrounds.
Oh, I can only imagine. But it was great. It was interesting, and so many great exhibitors. Amazing that in a year like this where we have a virtual fair that many people still continued to exhibit. It was a great show. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, Judy,
I would
too.
Just like to thank the exhibitors for making this happen.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for them, it wouldn't happen.
I'm sure, like we all said, when this first was announced, people were like, what? What are we doing? What's virtual? What are we going to, what is it? And look at how they have shined. Look how they have turned out. So much to be proud of. Our community has a lot to be proud of, and what a great future we have with all these young people in it. So
also thanks TV10.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes, of course. Matt and Mike and everyone who has been a part of making this all come together here. TV10 is amazing, and what a great donation to the community to basically just turn your studio over the whole week to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. You guys rock.
We do what we can. We do what we can.
Well, we appreciate it for sure.
All right, as we go into this break, this portion of the program has been brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. We're back with our entertainment for the week. That's not Mikey. When we come back, we'll have Ray Owen in studio after this commercial break.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away, featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales or call 301-750-2182.
And we welcome you back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We will be getting into our entertainment for tonight. We have Ray Owen in studio. He will be on for the next about half hour. But first, before we send it back over to Mary Beth Blair, who will give you a little bit more about our performer, we will let you know that this portion of the program is brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service family-owned funeral home proudly serving the area since 1880. And a scheduling reminder that tomorrow on Eastern Panhandle Talk, Mary Beth will give you an update on the fair and just how the week has gone, preview tomorrow night as well. That'll be at 9 o'clock on Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave. Also tomorrow from 10 to 4, we will be re-airing the fair from tonight. So each day we will re-air the night before or afternoon before from 10 to 4 on TV 10. Also on the WRNR TV page on YouTube is when you can go back, or you can go back on the WRNR TV page on YouTube and watch these as they archive each and every day. As Mary Beth comes and sits back in her seat, stepped out for a few seconds, we will now send it back over to our host for the week, Mary Beth Blair.
Yes, I did step out to stretch my legs. That's the first time I've done that all week long, and that
You're
felt
allowed to
good.
do that. You're allowed to do that.
Okay, I feel so much better, and just so looking forward to the next segment of our show tonight. We have some entertainment. It's the first time we had that on our schedule, and I know so many people look forward to the entertainment, the concert nights, and they were looking forward to hearing those and coming out with their families and setting up and just enjoying that aspect where they get to actually kick back and relax for a few minutes at the fair. So we wanted to make sure that your Fair Week experience had a little bit of everything in it. So we have invited someone into the studio who has been at the youth fair before and who so graciously agreed to come and do a couple of songs for us here in the studio. And I am going to turn it over to Mr. Ray Owen, who has joined us. Welcome to the studio, sir.
It's great to
It's
be
nice
here.
to meet you and have you here with us. No stranger to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. You've been here before.
The last couple of years, actually.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, that's great. So let me just blow you up a little bit, give you a little bit of, let anybody who has never been to the youth fair to see Ray perform or wherever he has performed, like you've missed him and you want to know who he is, according to your website, that's where I got my info, you are a Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter and national recording artist, an entertainer whose engaging vocal style and infectious blend of good time music and humor continues to captivate audiences across the country. So, wow, we're excited to have you here in the studio. He has toured and appeared with nationally known artists such as, wow, you're a star, Garth Brooks, Willie Nelson, Judy Collins, Alabama, Steve Goodman, Nashville Bluegrass Band, and Jerry Jeff Walker.
Yes. In fact, here's his old guitar.
Get out.
He's the guy that wrote Mr. Bojangles. He's
Mr. Bojangles.
Austin-based now. So, yeah.
All right, well, let's turn it over to Ray Owen.
All right, it's good to be here. By gosh, you know what? I was going to start off with a little tune that's called the Barnyard Dance. I like to say, how's everybody doing out there? Having a good week? My gosh. In fact, wait, by a show of hands, how many people are listening tonight? Oh, that's enough. All right. Well, you know, when the coronavirus swept through, we were all rushing to reconcile old and new health practices. But we were all hugely grateful to the healthcare workers and first responders, frontline workers, and of course the farmers. You know, we sure would miss a good harvest in the fall if farmers had planted in the spring and raised livestock this whole year. It's a full-time job, let me tell you. So imagine on this first song I'm going to do, if all the fruits and the vegetables that the farmer raised came to life after the farmer, after a hard day of work, went home, had a big barnyard dance. Now, I know we only have a couple folks here in the studio, but does anybody have a favorite fruit or vegetable we should include in this song? Oh, let me think. Tomato. Tomato. Now, is tomato a fruit or a vegetable? Both. That's right. My mother used to say, knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. I remember Dad, in a rare visit to the supermarket, he pointed to a cauliflower. He said, "Ray, what's that?" I said, "It looks like a cauliflower to me." And he said, "You know, it's actually a cabbage with a college education." In fact, I had a friend that thought that Carnegie Mellon was a fruit. Well, I'll tell you what. One thing that'll start this song off is the main ingredient of salad. What would that be?
Lettuce.
Did you say?
Lettuce.
Let us begin. In the late one night by the pale moonlight, all the vegetables had spring. They put up a sign, said the dancing's at 9, and all the admissions are free. There were peas, greens, and cabbage and peas. It was the biggest crowd you ever did see. One old man, cucumber, struck up that number. Sure heard those vegetables scream. Oh, the turnip top did the backwards flop. The cabbage took the shimmy and she would not stop. Little red beet just lost his feet. The watermelon, he just went weak in the knees. The little tomato, the agitator, shivered a shimmy with a sweet potato. I had a last laugh so loud he fell back into his mouth. Down at the barnyard dance this morning. Down at the barnyard dance, and you know what they did next. Cakewalk the fertilizer box. He kicked up his heels with sweet Miss Squawk. Asparagus sprouts started stepping out. With the crazy rutabaga and the Brussels sprout. You wouldn't have believed the black-eyed peas when they climbed the milk cow just to shoot the breeze. They all dove off into the water trough. Then at the barnyard dance this morning. Down at the barnyard dance. I mentioned this morning. Down at that barnyard dance. Oh, yes.
Well, that was fun. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Where are we ready? Do we have a little more? Where are we at on time, Matt?
We got some more time.
All
Okay,
right.
good.
So
You know, I think it's banjo time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I
Well,
brought the
bring it
banjo
on.
along. Hey, you wouldn't want to wear this. Well, I guess. Is that hat they brought along for you? Maybe not. Okay. That's right. We got it. That's right. No.
Remember,
no,
Ray,
I remember.
we are in a pandemic, so I'm not going to
'cause-
wear anything. I'm socially distancing in here.
No. If you're like me, and I know I am, social distancing and quarantine is nothing new. You know, mountain folks that play the banjo, of course, we certainly have been social distancing from the get-go, I must admit. I mean, by the time I got out to Walmart for hand sanitizer and baby wipes for my baby, of course, you know, and soap and bathroom tissue, it was I couldn't find it anywhere. I was exasperated. So, anyway, finally I hit the Rite Aid, and I'm coming around this aisle, and here's this guy with a huge cart piled high with sanitizer and toilet paper and cleaners, and oh boy, I started really getting a little bit miffed. I came up to him, I said, you know, you're a selfish son of a gun to have all this. How about the elderly and the moms and the healthcare workers and gosh, the families that really need these things. You know, most places are out of these things because of the virus. I told him he should be ashamed of himself. The guy finally says, are you done? Because I really need to get back to restocking these shelves. Oh, boy. Oh, I felt so bad that I got so mad. But at least he didn't know that I played banjo. You know, it's interesting because when I first started playing banjo when I was a kid, they said, practice makes perfect. And then, of course, you hit your teens, they say, well, nobody's perfect. Oh, and they tell me now, my age, you keep picking at that thing, it's never going to heal. Here's a little tune I changed the words to for a nice summer afternoon. In the summertime, when the weather's hot, you can stretch right up and touch the sky. When the weather's fine, you gotta live in your mind. Head down to the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair, have a real good time. Don't need a smart car, GPS when you drive. Wherever you go, there you are, 'cause down the road, watch the world go by. Oh, the sun goes out to see how that big moon shines. When the sun comes out, you take a trip to the beach. When the rain yes.
We may not be at the Berkeley County Youth Fair grounds with a lots of audience, but hey, an audience of one, right?
Two.
Yes, sorry about that, Matt.
We can dream it.
Yes.
All
We just
right.
have to close our eyes and visualize it. So.
We got about 2 minutes before our next
You know
break, so
what?
I will.
There's one I could fit in here because I know the sports fans have been a little bit disgruntled this year because a lot of things have been canceled. But that doesn't mean we can't sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" because we're all dreaming about a baseball season at this point.
Are you seriously getting ready to sing that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, go ahead.
Do you like? Is it your favorite song?
I used to sing this to my firstborn
Oh,
to get him to fall asleep.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's a root for the home team. They don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes are out in the old ball game. Now, you know, a good song acquires some new verses as we go along. So here's one for the coronavirus, folks. The folks that have been taking a lot of baths and showers. Are you ready? Take me out of the bathtub. Take me out of the suds. I've been soaking since 2:30. I feel so sudsy and wrinkly too. Oh, I washed all over my body, my head, my toes, and between. I used 1, 2, 3 bars of soap. Take me out, I'm clean.
Oh man, that was great.
All right, a little levity goes a long way in these times of.
Yeah, humor is one of the best forms of medicine.
There it is. Yeah.
I mean, so that was awesome. Not that you're funny. The verse was funny and lighthearted. That didn't mean, you took it all in the right way, right?
Thanks. Yeah.
Yes, creative.
I love the little anecdotes, little stories about a certain song.
Yes, that one has
Some of
a
these old
special
songs
place in
are
my heart.
Really, they've traveled through time and they've been passed on from
Yes.
generation to generation for a reason, because there's something about them that,
Yeah.
it tells a good story or hits a nerve or something
Exactly.
about their lives.
That's right. I agree. Well, that was a great first segment of our entertainment for tonight. We're going to head into a break, Matt. And when we come back, Ray, will you stick around and sing a few more songs for us? Okay, great. All right, guys, and remember, don't forget we have Mikey Withrow back in the studio at 9 o'clock for some more indoor exhibits. And what you've been waiting for all night, the People's Choice Award winners
You have
for
those?
Monday. I have them, but I'm not going to tell them until 9 o'clock. You have to stick with us.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one. First Parsons, located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. Back with more from the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsini's.com.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Well, we went into the break with some music, going to come out the exact same way, Mary Beth.
Yeah, just trying to break it up a little bit here tonight. We had that long Swine show, but we enjoyed every second of it. It was so educational, so informative, and just really a lot of fun. I enjoyed that show a lot, and the people that were with us during that show tonight. Now before the break, like you said, we had Ray Owen here with us, who is no stranger to the Berkeley County Youth Fair, has performed there before, and he's going to give us a little bit more entertainment before we head into our last hour with indoor exhibits. So, Ray, take it over.
Right, Mary Beth, thank you. Mary Beth mentioned a couple people that I worked with, so I have a little story about this. I was at the New Jersey State Fair years ago, and of course, back then, I was the opening act for all the different people that were coming through town. One particular fellow was a fellow named, see if I can pronounce his name right, Chris Christopherson. That's how he introduced himself to me. He's got that husky voice. He said, when you finish your set, there's going to be a couple of my old friends here, so treat them with some hospitality. So I finished up with a song called City of New Orleans, the old train song that Steve Goodman wrote. Walked backstage, and you know who his friends were? Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson. Chris comes up behind me and goes, John. Johnny Cash, to his friends, was John. He said, John, you ought to record that song that Ray did. Finished up with that train song called City of New Orleans. Johnny Cash goes, no, I'm not going to record any more train songs because I don't want to be typecast as a train performer. Forget the fact that he literally defined the genre. So Willie Nelson is standing beside him and he goes, you know, maybe I'll take a crack at that. Goes like this. Riding on the city of New Orleans, Illinois Central, Monday morning rail. 15 cars and 15 restless riders, all 3 conductors and 25 sacks of mail. All along the southbound Odyssey, the train goes out of Kankakee. Roll past houses, farms, and fields. Passing cars that have no name, the graveyards full of old grave men in the graveyard, rusted automobiles. Singing good morning America, how are you? Singing don't you know me, I'm a native son. I'm the train that calls the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. Here she comes. Well, I was dealing cards with the old man in the glove car. A penny a point, there ain't no one keeping score. Say, won't you pass that paper back that holds the bottle? Well, I can feel the wheels rumbling through the door. Now the sons of Pullman porters and the sons of engineers all ride the farmer's magic cart made of steel. And mothers with their babes asleep go rocking to the gentle beat, and the rhythm of the rails are all they feel. Singing good morning America, how are you? Singing don't you know me, I'm your native son. I'm the train that calls the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. And it's twilight in the city of New Orleans, changing cars in Memphis, Tennessee. And halfway there, we'll be there by morning, with the Mississippi darkness rolling down to the sea. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot to give the second half of that story. Yes. So about a year later, I'm coming down I-81, right through Winchester and past Martinsville. And I was scanning the dial for a good country station. Guess what I heard? Singing good night America, how are ya? Singing don't you know me, I'm your native son. I'm the train they call the city of New Orleans. I'll be going 500 miles when the day is done. I'll be going 500 miles when the day is done.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, yes. Well, you know, I decided, I do a lot of county fairs, and I brought along a copy of the Cosmopolitan magazine.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good thing. There it is. Thought I'd share a couple things that might be of interest with you kids out there. After all, the Berkeley County Youth Fair has a number of things for certainly 4-H and FFA folks and people that are working the farm. Here's an interesting, says, elementary school teachers are still baffled as to how to explain how a brown cow can eat green grass, produce white milk that's made into yellow butter and orange cheese. That's a stumper. Here's one. Researchers find out why baby ants are so confused. Mary Beth, you happen to know why baby ants might be so confused?
I am not a good one to ask questions like that. I freeze up.
Man.
No idea.
Because all their uncles are ants, it says here.
That is good.
Here's a good one. Experts agree that a duck's opinion of you is greatly influenced by whether you have bread. Well, isn't that true? Go down to the pond with some stale bread? Yeah, okay. Well, I ought to move on. Here's one more. The new explanation of the age-old question, why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side?
Well, the new explanation this coming fall is going to be to show deer how it's done. All right, got time for a little bit more?
Got one time for one more.
Okay.
So make it a good one. Close it out with a good one.
We're going to close it out with, let's see, knock, knock. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Wendy.
Wendy who?
When the red round goes bop, 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 knock, knock.
Mary Beth, you're up.
Oh, me?
Yep, you're up.
Knock,
Sorry
knock.
about that. Who's there?
Amal.
Amal? Amal who?
I'm all shook up on. I'm all shook up on. One more. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Let's see. Owen.
Owen who?
Owen, those Saints go marching in. Owen, those Saints go marching in. Oh, Lord, I wanna be in that number. The Saints go marching in. Gonna end up with just a couple of verses of some old spirituals go all the way back to the 60s. When I say 60s, I mean 1860s. Well, now this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, oh, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. That's an old spiritual that became a great standard. And then, of course, Woody Guthrie was on a freight train headed west when he wrote this one. From an old spiritual called When the Chariot's on Fire, he put new words to it, and it went like this. This land is your land, this land is my land, from California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. All this land was made for you and me. I saw the wheat fields across the heart of America, and I've celebrated many a Pennsylvania and West Virginia harvest. And every Thanksgiving I am reminded the farmer feeds all of you and me. Well, I'm probably out of time. What do you think? Should I sign
The
off?
time is come for a commercial break.
Okay,
And
I tell you
yes,
what,
but we have enjoyed you so much.
I have one thing to say. I always like to leave you with a little cold, nice advice to that road of life we all travel down together.
Sure.
Mary Beth, always do whatever's next. If you don't know where you're going, any farm road will get you there. And, they say winners never quit, quitters never win, but something that always tells me to quit while I'm ahead. Now, if you enjoyed my sense of humor, my name is Ray Owen. If you didn't, it's Ray Stevens. Oh, and this land was made, this land was made, this land was made for you and me. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. We're so excited to have you in the studio tonight with us, Ray. What a fun segment. And now we're getting ready to transition into the last hour of the night with indoor exhibits, and Mikey Withrow is going to join us back in. Thanks again for bringing us some entertainment when we didn't think we'd have any this week at all. So we really appreciate you being here and making a special appearance.
Well, I'm so glad I could be here.
Thank you so much.
It's been a hard couple of months for a lot of people that lost their jobs, and
yes,
of course,
sir.
Us touring musicians.
I'm sure.
Suddenly didn't have any work. But
well,
I was real happy to hear from the folks down this way with.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And if you want to know more about Ray, you can find him on the internet. That's where I found him. Just look him up, Ray Owen, and you can find RayOwenMusic.com. There you go, folks.
As we go into this commercial break, this portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in health care close to home. The location here in Berkeley County at Berkeley Medical Center in Martinsburg, Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. Back with more of the Youth Fair. We'll go to indoor exhibits and welcome Mikey back when we come back after this commercial break.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Where can you find stress-free car shopping, straightforward financing, and quality service? The Miller Auto Group, of course. Shop their full line of America's favorite cars, trucks, and SUVs at drivemiller.com. That's drivemiller.com. Whether you want to walk through the doors or shop in the comfort of your own home, the Miller Auto Group is there for you. And most importantly, they'll give you peace of mind with their lifetime powertrain warranty. Drive home a Miller today. In Winchester, visit Miller Honda and Apple Valley Hyundai. In Martinsburg, Apple Valley Chevy Toyota and Miller's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Online at drivemiller.com.
River Riders is an outdoor resort. We have over 60,000 visitors a year. The state of West Virginia and the Jefferson County Convention and Visitors Bureau have been pivotal in helping our business grow. The future for River Riders is really bright. We have unlimited opportunity for growth here with our close proximity to the DC metro area. We'd like to invite you to come to Harpers Ferry and enjoy the many outdoor amenities we have to offer here at River Riders.
Welcome back into the 2020 Virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. It's time to go back indoors. We've been indoors all week, but it's time to go to the indoor exhibits as we're under an hour away from closing out Tuesday night. It has been a marathon tonight. We're going to try to squeeze in as many of the indoor exhibits as we can possibly get in tonight. But first, I want to remind you that this portion of the Youth Fair has been or is going to be brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to our host for this week before we welcome Mikey back in for the indoor exhibits, Mary Beth Blair.
Seriously, never a dull moment here in the studio at TV10. We are having such a great night as Mikey, I'm sorry. As Matt
You're welcome.
said. But I guess I'm just buzzing with I'm not going to say excitement, but just I know I'm bubbling over with what do I have? Excitement. Yeah. So there you have it. So we have the People's Choice Award winners. Who wants to hear those?
Go for it.
So we have the People's Choice Award winners for Monday. You already heard Sunday's. now we're going to give you last night's People's Choice Award winners.
Just giving a heads up, I'm probably not going to be able to dig pictures out this quick because this is going to be.
Oh, no.
I know we had pictures. I didn't want to disappoint anybody from last night because we had pictures last night.
We did. I don't know. There's too many.
This is the first time I'm
saying
hearing.
this is different.
No, we just got them in here, so no worries. We're just going to read them, and then they're being put up on the website as well, so you can go to the website, scroll down, People's Choice Awards, and it will actually list the award winners. So last night, indoor exhibits in animal science, exhibitor 151, Ashton Lazarick. Okay, thank you.
Ashton Lazarick.
So Ashton, congratulations for being the People's Choice in indoor exhibits for animal science. Indoor exhibits plant science and crops, exhibitor number 282 is Justin Robertson. Congratulations for being the People's Choice. For the sheep exhibitor number 21, Brianna Lowe. Congratulations. Market Lamb, People's Choice, exhibitor 134, Savannah McDonald. Rabbit Doe, People's Choice is exhibitor 109, Mackenzie Hahn. And our last People's Choice of Monday for the Rabbit Buck is exhibitor 128, Ryan Barrett. Congratulations for being the People's Choice of all those shows. So very good, or all those categories. It will be up on the website if you didn't get that, and I'll also announce it again tomorrow during the radio show. Congratulations, everyone, and without further ado, we are ready to just move right through some more indoor exhibits with Mikey Withrow, who is the 4-H extension agent who has been our resident comedian, fun fact, wealth of knowledge. What else should we call him?
Everything in between.
There you go.
I'll say, you guys have those opinions now. Just ask some other people, and I'm sure they'll fill in all the gaps for you.
Okay, so indoor exhibits. Mikey, it looks like we are in Section 9, Natural Resources and Environment.
Absolutely. Section 9, Resources and Environment. So we are going to open up with our Class 1 Spring Wildflowers Year 1. And the first exhibit you're going to see is number 255, Hannah Eggert. I was saying, in this, they are going to show a variety of pressed flowers that they have collected throughout that time period. So this is spring, obviously. And what you see in the bottom is they have to label each one of them accordingly.
Gotcha.
So they will show each one in their book. So you can see these are excellent examples of some of these. And for all that great effort, Hannah is actually going to receive a first premium ribbon. So how?
Great job.
I'll say coming in next.
Is that something I'm supposed to say to people?
Oh, I didn't even think about it. No, so how is what we say in 4-H when we're like happy, excited, riled up.
And you did not tell me the queen of excitement. How? That's my new word. There you go.
That's your new thing.
Right,
I didn't even
the rest of the week.
How?
Count how many times I say it.
It's perfect. It fits all occasions. And I've even accidentally said it at like church. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. Coming in next is number 258, Emily Orndorff. And again, she is showing these pressed flowers. Very nicely done. And you notice on a black background, some different pieces of them stick out. So we just tell them that they have to be pressed. We don't necessarily tell them against what background. So it's really nice to see that variety in it. And for her great examples here that are pressed, she is going to be receiving a blue ribbon.
Great job.
Next one coming up is entry number 64, Miss Grace Dunham. Different approach to it. So the projects each have a requirement for them. But she did a great job of laying them out and making sure that she did have the label visible. For her great effort on this, she will be receiving a white ribbon.
Great job.
So, and Hannah was from Tuscarora, Emily was from Blue Ridge Helping Hands, and Grace was from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers.
Great job.
So coming up next, we should have Class 4 Summer and Fall Wildflowers. There should be one single entry, number 414 from Sulphur Springs, Austin Davis. So again, very similar to the last project, you're going to see them flip through their actual project book. Again, you can tell it's on a white background. Again, seeing different parts of it. Labeling is a big key to that. And that is one thing that the judges did make sure to mark on this, is that we need to work on labeling. And I think this is, a great way to educate them for their next year. Austin is number 414 from Sulphur Springs. He is going to be receiving a white ribbon.
Great.
Next is Class 7, Teaming with Insects Level 1. exhibitor number 350, hailing from the Arden 4-H Club. This is Mr. Grayson Anderson, and in this they have to create a replica of an insect.
That is cool.
So this is one of my favorite categories just because you can see the detail that these
I
kids...
have to say, I was a little like thinking, ooh, insects when I saw this
Yes.
category. I didn't know it was going to be so fun and creative.
So,
Now
and
I'm
they
excited.
put a lot of effort into that. There you go. See, you're a natural at
I
this.
threw it in there.
So, I would say, on this project specifically, we asked them to put a ruler. You'll see that throughout the night. That way, there are specific size requirements for each one. So, Grayson, for his excellent job with his grasshopper there, is going to get a first premium ribbon.
Great job.
Again, that is Grayson exhibitor number 350. Coming next should be Class 8, teaming with Insects Level 2. There should be a single entry. Exhibitor number 414, Austin Davis from Sulphur Springs. And in this, they are replicating a part of the bug. So in his project, he is actually replicating an eye of an insect. And the reason why I use straws is insects have multiple lenses in their actual compound eye,
Right.
single ommatidium. So that, I know that's a fancy $5 word, but they all connect to make one compound eye, and that's what he is exhibiting in this.
Okay.
So for Austin, exhibitor 414, he is receiving a white ribbon. Next, same section 9, natural resources, but we're going to jump to class number 13, which is our tree identification project. You should have exhibitor 258, Miss Emily Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And again, much like the Spring Wildflowers project, this one is based off of leaves. So you will see a variety of leaves, as well as, in this case, some very top-notch quality labeling. They have to label the type of tree, kind of location, date found, all of those kind of really necessary details, as well as fruits on some of the pictures that you'll see. And Emily does a phenomenal top job at this, and for that she will be receiving a first premium ribbon.
Great job.
Next, we're going to hop all the way down to class 26. It is Birds Year 1. We have a single entry. It is number 64. You're going to hear this number a lot throughout the night. Miss Grace Dunham from Back Creek Valley. In this, they are creating a shelter. It's a birdhouse. I don't know why I say shelter, it's a birdhouse. But they have to include detailed plans. That way we can replicate them. And here's a great picture of her with her project. For her great effort, she will be receiving a red ribbon. Next class is number 29, Take the Bait Year 1. 2 entries in this one. First one should be number 178, Wyatt Serval, coming from Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. Again, it's a little sideways. Just turn your head a little. You got it. So in this book, they are creating a story about them going out and catching various fish. So they're showing kind of what they've accomplished in their fishing project based on the pictures that they put in. This is a really fun project that a lot of people really enjoy, and this one's done very well. Very detailed, very good at labeling, showing very clear pictures. So Wyatt, exhibitor 178, is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon. Second entry in that is number 124, Mr. Rafe Emmerich from Sulphur Springs Superstars.
Hold on real quick.
You're good, you're good.
Number on that again is 124. And what section are we in?
We are in section 9, class 29.
Section 9, class 29. 124, there it is. Let's take you there now.
There we go. So Rafe does a really good job of putting his story up first. This is one that we like to see just so it outlines for these kids what's going on. In this, you're going to see as well a lot of very detailed pictures, which we really appreciate. With it being a little bit different this year, we had to get kind of creative with what they included in their scrapbook. So it was nice to kind of see them, you know, take that initiative and take some of these up-close shots. I would say he gets very up close, so you can see a lot of detail in these. I would say there's Connie. She's the one that posted food a little bit earlier. So for his entry 124, Rafe will be receiving a second premium ribbon.
Great job.
Next should be Class 30, which is Take the Bait Year 2. We have one single entry in that. It is number 405, Mark Hunter, coming from Swan Pond 4-H Club. And again, so what we do in 4-H is we build upon their projects. So you will see a continuation of Year 1. So again, very similar pictures, very similar descriptions underneath of it. Might be a little hard to read on that screen. But what we want them to learn from this, or what we want to take away from this, is what they learn in the process of them participating in a sport like fishing. You know, a lot of different gear goes into this, a lot of different experiences, a lot to learn from handling your fishing rod, especially about being out in nature and the ecosystem around it. So a lot to learn there. Mark did a phenomenal job this year, and he will be awarded a first premium ribbon for his efforts. Coming up next is number 42, Class 42, entry number 430, Miss Trinity Snyder. This should be their first Reduce, Reuse, Recycle year that is up there. So normally when you walk into the fair, these are projects that they create from, I always call it the trash to treasure box, but they take already existing items and turn it into something useful to them. So on this one, in this picture, she lists her items used. That is something we always require them to do. That way we can give it to the judge. And what she did is she turned it into a speaker. So something very relevant to what she needed. And of course, it's never bad to throw out, you know, that 4-H sign. That way everybody knows where we're at. But again, a good job of showing us different things you could do with the resources around you. So Trinity from Tomahawk Warriors will be receiving a blue ribbon. Class 44 is going to be Reduce, Reuse, Recycle Year 3. So we have 3 entries in that. The first one should be exhibitor number 318 from Hedgesville Superchargers, Sierra Dixon. And again, asking them to list out what they use, it's kind of a whole different project really, because normally you see the item before you're actually reading it. So this puts it in a little bit of perspective of what are they actually creating. So if you want to flip to the next one there. Maybe. There we go. So this is actually what she was able to create with the items that she chose. So overall, phenomenal job. Again, you can see the kids' creativity coming into play with what they're using. So this year, Sierra is going to receive a second premium ribbon. Her exhibitor number is 318. Next in that class should be entry number 273 from Jamie Dixon, again, Hedgesville Superchargers. And that is showing a side profile view of her project. And what we do is we try to get them to submit photos this year. That way we can see the project as a whole. That way, just like with the market, we saw how important it is to get those detailed pictures. And that's something that'll kind of reign throughout all of the indoor projects. So for her project, she created a couple different things. Some holders as well as a box as well as that you can sit on. This year she will receive a blue ribbon for her project.
Great job.
Next, from Tomahawk Warriors, entry number 428, Mr. Peyton Bowers. Again, using items that he already has existing, stuff that is laying around that he can create something out of. So that was kind of a cool project. This one, for a fact, actually makes a wind chime out of his. So he takes all of the seashells and string and hangers that he already has and creates a wind chime that he can hang up. Wind chimes are a popular item to make. Of course, they are visually appealing, as well as, you know, you can really put a collection out there of various different things. And there's a nice picture of him that has it hanging on his back porch. Peyton this year will be receiving a blue ribbon as well.
Awesome. Here you have it, section 9.
Are we ready for a break?
We can take one if you want. We have a lot more to go, but we can take one now. You want to take a break now?
Let's take one now, split it up a little bit, give us time to make sure we have everything set up properly for the next
And just
section.
remember that People's Choice are for the indoor exhibits as well, so make sure if you see one of your favorites in the indoor exhibits that we talk about, go ahead and hop on the website and vote for it.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Johnny's, serving restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Visit them at either one of their two locations on Route 11 South in Chambersburg or Johnny's Express on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more of the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
A DUI arrest can have a devastating impact on one's life, your job, your driver's license, and in some cases, your very freedom. My name is Harley Wagner. I own and operate West Virginia's only exclusive DUI defense firm. Since 1999, I've been representing citizens throughout the Eastern Panhandle and state of West Virginia charged with DUI. Let my years of training and experience work for you.
The initial consultation is free at the Wagner Law Firm in Martinsburg. Phone 304-901-7400 or online at westvirginiaduilawyers.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you. We are taking a step indoors, looking at the indoor exhibits with about a half hour left in tonight's program. We're going to try to jam as many of these in while still allowing you to see what all of these are as we can before we finish up the evening for tonight. This portion of the program brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Back over to our host for this week, Miss Mary Beth Blair, and her and Mikey will get back into the indoor exhibits.
Sounds great. Well, we're enjoying what we're seeing so far, all the hard work and dedication of the youth and the indoor exhibits. We just finished out section 9.
Section 9.
And now we're going to head into section 11. So here we go. Mikey, take us in there.
Absolutely. So section 11 is our leisure and culture education. So we're going to start with Class 1 Hiking Trails Year 1 with exhibitor number 258, Emily Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And this is where they are learning about beginning hiking and what it would take for survivor skills. So you can see a great exhibit, a lot of information chalked on that board. And for her great work, Emily is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon.
Great job.
Coming up next is exhibitor number 339, Autumn Ald from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Again, same category, same project, and you can just see how they vary depending upon what the kid wants to, put up there.
Sure. Great
so again,
job.
Great job, phenomenal information. You can tell she definitely put a lot of effort into it, and for that, she is getting a second premium ribbon.
Good job, Autumn.
Next in the lineup is exhibitor number 178, Wyatt Surball from Scrabble Scramblers. Again, great information. They actually learn a lot in these projects, and it's great to see them transition them into their actual exhibits. He took the time to make sure that he printed everything out, makes it nice and neat, and for that effort, he is going to be rewarded with a blue ribbon.
Great job.
Next exhibitor, number 36, Mr. Colin Roberts from Valley Stars over in Bat Creek Valley. Again, great information. Again, you can see where age makes a difference.
Sure.
So we judge them on what they have put on there rather than their abilities on that. We try to make sure that they cover all aspects of it, and he does a good job of making sure to have that information spread out, and for that he is going to be awarded a red ribbon.
Good job.
Going on to Class 2 Hiking Trails Year 2, first entry should be exhibitor number 64, Miss Grace Dunham from Bat Creek Valley Mountaineers. This one they are making a safety kit and labeling all the parts of it. So as you can see, a lot of different parts and pieces that they could take hiking for any kind of situation. These are really good to throw in the car. So I've actually kind of asked, hey, can I have this? And we use them for camp the following year. Does a phenomenal job making sure everything's listed out there. And for that, she is awarded a first premium ribbon. Next exhibitor is number 410, Mr. Alvin Hoppy from Sulphur Springs. Does a phenomenal job of making sure that everything is laid out and labeled very particularly, and that is something that we definitely appreciate as the judging goes throughout. That way they can see everything.
Covered all the bases there.
Yes. So this was a very tight competition, and for that he was awarded a second premium ribbon. Moving down the line to Class 14, Exploring 4-H. This is an intermediate project, so we do not put them all together, younger, intermediate, older, and it kind of allows them to be very specific in what their abilities are. So this is kind of where we allow, if it was a showman, it would be a junior showman, intermediate showman, senior. So we also equate that to some of the indoor projects, and this Exploring 4-H is a great way that we're able to do that. That way we can focus on the abilities of ages and stages that we enforce so much in the 4-H program. So again, coming on the screen should be number 333, Mr. Aiden Hovatter from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. So in this project, it is more of a creative project. So you can see his detailed drawings.
Yeah. Got an artist there.
Absolutely. And he has done quite a number of drawings as they go through. So for his great work, he will be receiving a first premium ribbon. Next project we'll jump down to is 16, called My Favorite Things. This is a collections project. So it is a collection of all your favorite things that you have. That is about the only requirement that it is, something that you're interested in collecting. So our first one should be exhibit number 258, Emily Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Again, a little sideways, it's all right. Come in with some seashells. I know, I'm not very good at tongue twisters. So these exhibits do require the ability to label out where they come from, what they are, kind of type information. So it is important that record keeping is prevalent in all of our projects. So Emily does a phenomenal job in this project. So she is being awarded a first premium ribbon. Coming in second should be entry number 64 for Miss Grace Dunham from Bat Creek Valley Mountaineers. She has a rock collection. Always nice to see, the old fail-safe rock gemstone collection. Great way of displaying them in this clear box, craft box, with each label at the head of the box. For all of her great efforts, she will be awarded a second premium ribbon. Next class is Class 17. Get it started in Art Year 1. Your entry should be 468, Alexis Boyle of Scrabble Scramblers. So as you advance through these pictures, you'll be able to see the detail in each one. It gets a little bit deeper and deeper as they go. This is truly an artist project at Bay, so they are being able to create what they want. For all the detail and time put into this exhibitor, Alexis Boyle, number 468, is receiving a first premium ribbon.
Congratulations, Alexis.
Next should be moving on to Division 12, Health and Safety. Class 1, First Aid in Action, Year 1. First exhibit should be number 300, Miss Megan Hess from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And as you go through this, they are asked to create a first aid kit very similar to the hiking program, but this one is more injury prone, I guess I should say. Making sure that you have items for every need that you would have. So she does a great job of making sure that all her bases are covered. And in this, she will be receiving a second premium ribbon. Moving on to exhibitor number 338, Miss Ashley Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. A large portion of their projects do come from this instruction booklet. It kind of tells you how to use everything that was included in their kit. Nice. So not being able to actually go through that kind of, changes the ball game a little bit. But it is good to see that they are putting, a lot of thought and effort into what they are actually including in their items. So for her effort, she will be receiving a red ribbon. Moving on down to Class 3, Staying Healthy Year 1, we have a single entry, number 462, Olivia Hogben from the New Seekers 4-H Club. These are a little bit different. This one we are actually looking at different recipes and various things to stay fit and active. So they were asked to create a series of recipes that they could display that anyone could join along in making. So she did a phenomenal job of labeling everything out, and she will be receiving a blue ribbon. Next is Class 5, Keeping Fit Year 1, exhibitor number 465, Mr. Trent Cloud from Southern Cross 4-H Club. So he took a different approach to this project. He actually made kind of a workout fitness plan that as you go through, it'll have listed out each day what he is actually doing to keep fit, for that next year. Different approach again due to the virtual aspect of it. And for that, he will be awarded a white ribbon. Moving on to Section 13, which is Management. We have a single entry in Class 5, B the E, from Miss Riley Flint, exhibitor number 309 from Tuscarora. What that means, so you can tell this is more of a business-minded skill, and the Tuscarora Indians, sorry, I should have said that second part, Riley does a great job of listing them out. And for Riley's effort, she will be receiving a second premium ribbon. Great job. These are some very educational projects. It reminds me of my days when my kids were doing social studies and science fair projects, and how much fun that was to put effort into that, and how much I learned helping them do their science and social studies fair projects.
Just helping though, right? Just helping.
There's a running joke in my house that after the awards were handed out, my husband would always come up and pat me on the back and say, "Congratulations, honey." Now, I did not. I made them do everything, but hey, it's in my blood, presentation, design, all of that. So all of my tools were at their dispense, but I made them do it. So it wasn't my prize, Matt.
All right, we got to get in another commercial break while we figure out how much help Mary Beth actually gave her kids in those science fair projects. When we come back, we have one more section we are going to do tonight, and that'll be section 16.
Yeah, that's a good one. We're going to skip over 15 because it's so big. We'll start with that one tomorrow.
Yes, that is an hour worth of content. Good. We want to make sure we can give that its due diligence tomorrow night. So we will come back and have one more section, section 16.
Yeah. Stick with us.
After this commercial break, this portion of the program brought to you by a Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. We'll be back with more from the Youth Fair after this timeout.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday. I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
Where can you find stress-free car shopping, straightforward financing, and quality service? The Miller Auto Group, of course. Shop their full line of America's favorite cars, trucks, and SUVs at drivemiller.com. That's drivemiller.com. Whether you want to walk through the doors or shop in the comfort of your own home, The Miller Auto Group is there for you. And most importantly, they'll give you peace of mind with their lifetime powertrain warranty. Drive home a Miller today. In Winchester, visit Miller Honda and Apple Valley Hyundai. In Martinsburg, Apple Valley Chevy Toyota and Miller's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Online at drivemiller.com.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The fun not done for the evening, but we're getting close. Going to get in Section 16, maybe even get something from a part of Section 17. That will...
yeah, we're going to make it happen.
With about 20 minutes left in tonight's program. Same time tomorrow.
Same
4
time.
to 10. And again, if you can rewatch this tomorrow on TV 10 from 10 to 4. Or always go back. It is immediately archived after we get off the air on YouTube.
And you can quickly find it too. If you don't, a lot of times it's hard to navigate and search through YouTube. Really quickly, a link is on the website for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. It'll say night 1, night 2, and that link goes to your YouTube. So that might be easier for them.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department. They're located at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-5131 or go visit them online at bchealthdept.org. Back over to our host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
All right. If you are still with us on the Virtual Fair Night 3, we are in the middle of the indoor exhibits, and I can just see that indoor exhibit hall at the youth fair. It's the big hall right there, right as you come in, and always full of projects that are so creative, and the kids have done such an amazing job this year, even in spite of everything they've been through. And I'm sure their supplies were limited and all kinds of different things, but great job. Kudos to all of you who participated. Still tons of projects came in. So right now we're going to do section 16. Mikey, take it away.
Community Arts and Expression. So this is where our photography
exhibits
are.
I can't wait. Yes.
So our first one is going to be exhibitor number 462, Olivia Hogman from New Seekers 4-H Club. And again, this one is a little bit different. Usually they would have a whole album, but for this year they actually were able to choose multiple prints to exhibit as their project. So this focus on photography year 1, she will be receiving a first premium ribbon.
Great job.
Exhibit entry number 109, Mackenzie Hahn from Sulphur Springs Superstars. Again, another young entry, but it's great to see that they have that same passion regardless of where they're at in that stage. She gets a lot of variety in her shots, and that's one thing that the book does teach them to do is to make sure they always have their camera ready.
A unique perspective.
So, and she, for her family portrait, or for her person, they have to take a portrait, and she chose her little sister. So that's an extra little shout out to her. For all of her great efforts, she will be receiving a second premium ribbon.
Nice.
Next entry, number 174, Peyton Henry from Wetumpka 4-H Club. This is a great example of a landscape picture. Definitely shows the viewer of it a great viewpoint of that waterfall. And this is where we really like to highlight some of the different angles that they can get. And Peyton did a very great job, and she will be receiving a blue ribbon. Coming up next is entry number 144 from Southern Cross 4-H, Mr. Wesley Paul. Great picture of a sunrise, shows a lot of depth in that picture, a lot of scope as well, moving back those telephone poles. Again, we want them to grow over time as a photographer, and that's the main goal of this. So did a very good job for this first year in photography, and for that he will be receiving a red ribbon. Moving on to Class 2 of Focus on Photography, you should have entry number 124, Mr. Rafe Emmerich from Sulphur Springs Superstars. Again, this shows them developing as a photographer, so their skills should be bumped up from level 1. This is going to include a little more in detail kind of close-ups picture-wise. So he does a great job of making sure that he covers multiple areas in that, and for that he will be rewarded with a first premium ribbon. Next is entry 414 from Sulphur Springs as well, Mr. Austin Davis. So you will see a different style of photography in that he has taken kind of a ground-up approach to his lens there. Very different types of photos, very different scope of examples of media, and they've all done a great job, and Austin is going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Third entry in that category from Tuscarora Indians is going to be number 368, Miss Rowan Eubanks. Again, great portraits, great expression, great use of negative space in the background. And we hope that as they move forward with their photography projects, that they do continue to grow as they go. And for these great shots, there's the Eiffel Tower standing up. She will be receiving a third premium ribbon. Moving on to to Class 3, Controlling the Image Year 1. Your first exhibitor, number 48 from Valley Star, Miss Elena Cameron. And again, this is where you'll be, begin to see those higher quality pictures. They've learned a lot more skills from the years below, and Elena does a great job of showcasing that. And for those efforts, she will be awarded with a first premium ribbon. Coming in next is exhibitor number 300, Miss Megan Hess from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. There's a lot of motion in some of these pictures, and that is a great example of it in her first, photo that she does have in her series, rather. We do want them to grow exponentially from the first and second years into this second book of Controlling the Image, and she does a superb job of that and will be awarded with a second premium ribbon. Moving up to Mastering Photography Year 1, we have a single entry, number 111, Miss Madeline Emmerich from Sulphur Springs. These are two different shots of the same kind of media. So it's an up close and a very far away shot, and we want them to be able to use this as they grow and maybe develop into a professional photographer. So they are learning a more advanced set of skills, including reflections. Madeline does a great job of this and will be awarded with a first premium ribbon.
Good job, everyone. Well, a lot of talent in that section of exhibitors right there, and I think that that closes out section 16, correct?
Don't think we're going to have time to start 17 tonight. We still have one more break to get in and have to close out our program tonight.
Well,
with only about 12 minutes left for the top of the hour, we want to, rather than rush through everything, make sure we can get all 17 in at some point over the next 3 days. And we're going to get some more of these in tomorrow. So.
Absolutely. Okay.
As we go into the break, I want to remind everybody that this portion of the program was brought to you by Johnny's, serving restaurant quality food at wholesale prices.
Yep.
Visit them on Route 11 South in Chambersburg, Johnny's Express, Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more as we close out the Tuesday edition of the Berkeley County Youth Fair next.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face. When someone close to you passes away, it's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate. Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com. Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Youth Fair. Big thanks to all of our sponsors making this week possible. We've read them throughout the night. You've seen their commercials throughout the night. So a big thanks to all of our sponsors for the Youth Fair this week. With closing statements for Tuesday, Mary Beth, we are done day 3. It is hard to believe we are 3 days through the Youth Fair and 3 more to go. So we're at the halfway mark right now.
We are at the halfway mark. And we're closing out on a really good night. I think our best night so far, not in quality of show or exhibits, just for us. We've got a groove, we're figuring things out, and we're doing a lot better, a lot less hiccups in the night, yes. Right? So, and it's been great too, because I think at every night our online viewers are being more engaging, and that makes for a better show. It helps us in here too, just to know that we are talking to an audience out there, right? That someone's watching and tuning in. So thank you for tuning in, and thank you so much for participating in the People's Choice. And I think I mentioned it to you very quickly at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, but I just want to do due diligence and give a shout out to those Monday night People's Choice winners one more time. We will have it on the website as well. Again, for Monday night, it was Indoor Exhibits Animal Science, Ashton Lazarick. Indoor Exhibits Plant Science and Crops, Justin Robertson. Sheep U, Brianna Lowe. Market Lamb, Savannah McDonald. Rabbit Doe, Mackenzie Hahn. And Rabbit Buck was, oh my gosh, Ryan Barrett. It was on my next page. Thank goodness. See?
Mr.
Mike,
Lafayette.
I'm so
glad
glad
we kept Mikey
look
around.
At there. See, he was going to duck out on us, and we said, no, you have to close out this segment with us. So I hope you've learned lots of fun facts on the third day and building your knowledge of all things youth fair with the help of Mikey Withrow, who is the 4-H Extension Agent. Tomorrow, mark your calendar, set your alarm. Make sure that you are with us again at 4 o'clock as we kick off another jam-packed night of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We have the beef show. We have the auction opening tomorrow night, folks. We have the poultry show and more indoor exhibits. And looking ahead, Thursday, we will be doing indoor exhibits, the horse show, and the dairy show. And then Friday, we have all kinds of things planned for Friday. It's just going to be a medley of different things, indoor exhibits. We have a farewell to the aging out exhibitors. There's going to be, what else? Oh, the small pet and style show is on Friday as well. So make sure you are with us and just soak up all you can for this week. Youth Fair experience virtually. And just thanks again for joining us, and congratulations to all the Swine Show winners. Make sure you're checking out the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org. You will find all the winners as we get them. We are posting them to the website. Again, voting is open for People's Choice today for all of the exhibits and exhibitors that you saw today till 11:59. So what? You've got another hour-ish to vote. So get those votes in at 11:59. The voting is closed. So we want you to get those in and vote for your favorite, and then we'll announce it. So I think that's all I've got for tonight, Matt. And thanks again for joining us, Mikey.
Absolutely.
Please keep all your friends' animals away from my front lawn.
I was saying we could have goats there and pigs there.
No, because
maybe
like
even
I
a calf.
said, my dogs would have a field day, and then it would just, I don't know. I appreciate it, but...
Absolutely. You're getting good feedback from my friends, so shout out to Jordan Butts. Sarah just said Mary Beth deserves a long vacation after this.
Hey,
she's getting one.
Well, what do you know? I specifically planned my family vacation to start Saturday.
Oh my gosh, what a perfect time.
But I'm telling you, that's a lot of pressure on me because I'm here for 6 hours at night, which means all day long for my business. I'm doing this week's work and next week's work. So, yes, my vacation will be so special.
If anyone can do it, it's you.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It's all for a good cause because we're here for the youth of our community to make sure that they have a fair week experience. What am I kidding? Not just for the youth, the adults who love Youth Fair Week too. It's for all of us, and, you know, just spreading a little cheer and bringing the Youth Fair to you. We might not be able to do it in person, but hey, we can bring it to you virtually, and that's what we're planning to do the rest of the week. So that's all I got for tonight, Matt.
That's all I got, too. So let's sign off for the evening. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. for the Wednesday edition of the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Big thanks to everybody.
Tune in the morning.
Yep. Big thanks to everybody involved, not only tonight, but throughout the week, and all those who are going to be involved throughout the rest of the week. For Mary Beth Blair, for Mikey, I'm Matt Crawford signing off for the Berkeley County Youth Fair for this Tuesday night. See you guys again tomorrow.
All right.
Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Green Level sponsors Gore's Custom Slaughter and Processing Incorporated and the Kingdom Animal Hospital. White Level sponsors Jerry Williams State Farm Insurance, River Riders Incorporated, Jeff and Shelley Shoppert, Eastern Panhandle Conservation District, Dunham's Mobile Home Park, Orr's Farm Market, and Winchester Equipment. And at the red level, John T. Gibson, DDSP LLC, Pittman Orthodontics, South Berkeley Pharmacy, Shepherdstown Pharmacy, and Tri-County Rental.